Speech off.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
We have a packed agenda. Before we get started, I just want to remind everyone that we are here to work together to come up with solutions. We may not always agree, but we need to do it in a respectful manner and make sure we treat each other the way we would want to be treated. I'm going to start with the roll call, and I'm going to start to my left.
I'm Keith Trammell, representative for Dayton.
Warville Sharp, BE Area Manager for Columbus, Cincinnati, and Dayton, Ohio.
Lindsay McKinney, BE Training Manager.
Sally Nunes, BE Area Manager.
Amy Seger, BSBI Budget Data Manager.
Steve Tribby, OOD Budget Manager.
Christy Powell, BE Program Manager.
Double tap to power off. Double tap to.
Annette Lutz, Toledo Rep.
Frank Bergassa, Cincinnati Representative.
Dave Bergassa, Cincinnati Alternate.
Oliver Holder, Toledo alternate.
Julie Nessel.
John Hill.
Gino Whitaker. Trent Triple.
Missy Straight, Columbus alternate.
Mark Wood, Columbus rep.
Johnny Mack, Cleveland Rep.
Dean Hamilton, Acton Canton Rep.
Rita Hamilton, his driver.
Chris Johnson, alternate rep for Dayton.
Christopher Sabin, OVRC Secretary. And Steve, could you spell your last name, please?
Yes, Tribby.
Oh, Tribby. Okay, great.
And I am Yvette Shackelford, Zanesville Rep and OVRC Chair. Let's go to the phone, see who's on the phone.
We have John Cannaday, Kyra Castle, Anne Marie Mosley, Aaron Hopkins, Tanya Koo, Scott Shepard, Brian Honan, and I'm not sure who. Oh, Carol Hopkins is? Who's this from? 2782. I couldn't find him. 513-365-2782. If you could announce yourself. I don't know. I couldn't find
Say the number one more time.
513-365-2782.
Yeah.
Can you please announce yourself? Unmute yourself.
Maybe we can.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can folks hear us on the phone? Can somebody unmute and let us know that you can hear? Oh, okay.
We can hear you now. You can announce yourself.
Jody Gallagher.
I think that's what she said.
And the other one was Carol?
Haley Gallagher.
Haley Gallagher, okay.
Yeah,
There we go. That's right.
And the other one was Carol?
Carol Hopkins. There's
Hopkins.
no Aaron Hopkins.
Aaron's Hopkins, okay.
That was a mess up on my part.
Carol Hopkins is
The A.
Is that the last?
Yes.
Okay. Approval of minutes. Anybody got any objections or anything to add to that? Anybody got anything for the minutes for our August 15th meeting? All right, well, it's approved as presented. Motions and discussion of previous motions and the responses.
Yes, Madam Chair?
Yes.
The one motion that was not fully accepted was the one about the secure email, the notice of hearings
Yes.
on email, and I don't know that there's anything the Bureau can do about that, but I just wanted to go on record. Those secure emails are a problem. A lot of folks have a lot of problems with them, and I know the heart's in the right place to keep things secure,
Yeah.
but it's causing more harm than good, I believe. So just, if folks can look into some way to not make those, I've had it myself with screen readers, with secure emails, when I've had dealings with VR. And I know other folks have when it comes to training with secure emails, and they bring up blank pages, screen
Yes.
readers, or I don't know what all the deal is, but they're a problem.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Dave,
Dave, I'm sorry.
and Frank too.
Wow.
I agree with Annette, and I don't think we need secure email in a public records program. It kind of seems contradictory and counterproductive.
Frank?
The one thing I will say is I have a little bit of sight, not a lot, but a little. And anytime I get a secure email, it's impossible to open. It asks for like your state login credentials, which none of us have that. Like, where am I going to get that? You know, and I understand the need for security, but at the same time, if we can't open the email and read it, you know, there's a problem there, and there has to be a way to be able to make it secure. Find a way where we can also be able to open the email and actually be able to read it.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Chris?
Chris Johnson, Dayton. Alternate. I have two questions. First question is, could state staff please explain to us the difference in the type of messaging that justifies a secure email versus, say, the emails that we received in preparation for this meeting? You know, Amy sent out an email yesterday at 2:54 in the afternoon with a lot of financial reports. That didn't require a secure login. Christie sent out an email, I believe it was on Monday or last Friday, with the area manager reports and other documents in preparation for the meeting. That didn't require a secure login. But other pieces that we received do. And so could you please provide for us some clarification as to what the standard is that justifies the difference in protocol?
Sure. Madam Chair, this is.
Yes. Murder.
I'll try. Answer your question, Chris. It is an automatic thing that our IT sets up, so we don't get to control what goes out secure and what doesn't. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I know what you're saying. I've had the same experience where some attachments seem to get encrypted and some don't. What they're trying to do is, if on the VR side, if people are sending an attachment out that's like someone's confidential, they're sending it to a medical provider that they have permission to send it to, or to the participant themselves, they're trying to protect it so that not anybody can just open that attachment and read, say, somebody's medical records or a letter from their counselor or something. However, it's hard to, like, I don't know if they can sort of distinguish like what attachment it gets in. Like, I thought it was all of them, but I also know that what you're saying, Chris, is true, that sometimes, like, I don't know if it is maybe something that was saved on a desktop and then sent, doesn't get encrypted. I really don't know what the parameters are. I mean, I would think that the logical thing would be, as unfortunate as it may be, and I know a lot of people struggle with this, even our VR participants, so you're not alone. But I think it would make sense in a logical way if it was like, okay, every attachment, but it doesn't seem to be. So that's something that maybe we can go back and I can ask our IT, like what is it that causes something to be encrypted, and can we have, because a lot of the things that we're sending out, like reports and, you know, they're not confidential information, but because they're coming from our emails, our OOD emails, they're getting encrypted as if they were. So I don't know if there's any way we can not do that. I would, if I was a betting woman, I would say no. But I can find out at least what the parameters are, and, you know, if there's any way to.
Well, in response, Director King, I'd just say that, you know, there is a duty to reasonable accommodation, and it is your responsibility to know, or that of your staff.
So when I don't know, I'll find out.
If you would, please, we'd ask that you bring back some sort of explanation to the next meeting, if you would, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, I think,
Christie.
I think it's twofold. There's the internal process, but then there's also stuff that and I'm trying to look, examples in the last couple of years where it gets caught up in the OIT, which is the state enterprise system. And if there's any like social security number associated, FAIN, any type of account number, it sweeps it and says that it has to be secure. And that's not controlled internally by OOD at all whatsoever. So it looks for specific identifiers in those emails. And so I think what we need to go back, Vernon and I'll go back and see what is under the control of OOD that maybe we can work, and what is in the control of OIT. For that specific motion, that was a service for the 119 thing. And
Yes.
I think that the thought is that we're going to get a service, and hopefully it's not a secure thing. But that doesn't mean that things will change where these other enterprises aren't going to secure all their emails as well. That's the key. Things are constantly changing. I know it's frustrating. Even for the Duo and the authenticating, I am not exaggerating. As state employees, we have to do that. I would say minimum 20 times a day to get into every single system, and if it times out, you have to do that again. And I get it. I was helping Tanya the other day do it, and you have to use your phone and this Duo. And everyone's frustrated. I get it, but we do need to also keep in mind the accessibility piece of it. So we will go back and we will ask what OOD can control and what is out of our control.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Chris.
as secretary, I just wanted to comment. I see where everybody's problem is as far as access, but unfortunately, these two-factor authentications, I have to agree with Christy that these things are sort of the wave of the future, and it's difficult. But I have had to use the employee portals and the OITs and what have you. And it's difficult for me, but I'm able to do it. And I'm just wondering if there's any way we could provide some training on or equipment even for folks who are having issues with some of these two-factor authentications, because I'm just concerned that this is really going to be an issue coming down the road that we're going to have to deal with.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is John Hill.
John.
I was just wondering, are you guys referring to ZIXnet, ZIXmail.net? Because if so, you have to have an account. You have to create an account with a password, and the password is only good for like a year.
Yeah,
So
IT
if
stuff,
that's
you have to create your
all
own
this is
login.
about, then,
I hope that was
they need
appropriate.
the operators
It's not
need to
just
have
two-factor.
the
You
case
have to
with
create a
OOD
login on the Ohio.
to
Yeah, yeah,
this ZIXmail.net.
exactly. I've had to do that.
Madam Chair,
And that.
I was just gonna say, I don't think that's,
No.
it's not only the logging in, that's a pain.
No, it
The
isn't.
logging in part's a pain,
Yeah.
but it's the attachments that are not being able to be read once you do log in. And that a lot of times there's these forms and most of it that I've experienced has been VR, which isn't really our thing.
Yeah.
If I had my NFP hat on, I'd be all over it, but I have my NFP hat on.
Yeah.
So it's mostly VR.
Yeah.
And but where that does impact the program, not only were we concerned with the notice of service that this specific motion did, but a lot of our trainers, when they are filling out forms and stuff for trainees, are having problems. And so I'll mention Jim because he's told me about it. He trains a lot and he's had trouble with these things, and he doesn't use a screen reader. So he says he'll open up attachments and they'll be completely blank. So there's it's not only an accessibility thing for screen readers, there's a problem all the way around.
And
Oh,
so
go ahead,
Madam Chair,
Christie.
I think, and I just found an email from 21 where an RSA 15 where I sent out was the same situation that you guys are talking about. I think it's numbers and whatnot. And I think that there is a way I can get hold of, and we can test it inside for stuff like this that we know, because it does, it's AI and it looks for specific words, numbers. They think like 9 or 11 is a bank account and it flags it, but we can also ask for exceptions on occasion as well. And I agree, I think we're talking about 3 different things, but we'll work on the attachments and I have. And any time that someone has said, I can't open this, I will work with IT to get some sort of exception. But sometimes we don't know until we send it if it's going to trigger this.
I'm gonna be the last to speak on this. I agree, and just look into this, because I do have a problem with accessing. And this is about, John, this is about when we're served with the 119 hearings or whatever, for them to send us notification. They want to be able to send it through email instead of the mail. It costs money and all that. But I do appreciate you all looking into seeing how it can make it easier or direct us in some kind of way. We have a packed agenda today, so we're going to move on. We have some people who want to make public comment. I got a call by a couple of people. I believe one of the persons are here. Remember that we have to keep it under 5 minutes. And I just, I don't want to interrupt anyone. Just want to make sure that we try to get everything in today. Julie, you want to?
Yeah, it's been passed because people are they can just do what they want. I mean, it's,
okay.
As long as everybody balances, it doesn't matter.
Okay. It had to do with records. John Kennedy wanted to make a public comment, and I think he's on the phone.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to discuss the virtual meetings. From what I understand, there's only a couple of meetings that are going to be held virtually now. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it would be a complete disservice to all the operators if every meeting, including regular meetings, aren't held virtually and given representatives the chance to attend virtually. That's why the law was passed. That's a great opportunity, and if we don't utilize that, I think we're excluding a lot of people that may be interested in possibly running as a representative or becoming more involved. I've heard some conversation in the past with some members there questioning somebody's dedication not coming to the meeting, and I think that's absurd. The fact that other people may have better support system or simply not have availability to public transportation in their area to get to Columbus. I realize that Uber is an option, but that's a very expensive option, and that is submitted that the Bureau would have to cover. I would strongly encourage, and the other thing is, well, never mind. I would strongly encourage the committee to reconsider that. It would be a great opportunity, and again, that's why the law was passed, to give people that opportunity. That's basically all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Did anybody, Annette, did you hear anybody else want to make public comment?
No.
And I just want to make
and Madam Chair,
yes, John.
I hear that there's issues with hearing people, and that's something that can be resolved. We're living in 2025 now. Whether it's on the onus of the Bureau to make sure that the equipment is to the point and is adequate enough for everybody to be able to hear. So other than that, that's it.
I do have one thing to say, John. I'm not sure where we said we were only having the special meetings and what was it, special meetings and
Work groups.
Work group
committees, subcommittees.
We are able to hold them virtually. The committee voted that.
I understand that. That's
yes.
why I said other than a couple meetings. That's what I meant by special meetings and work group meetings.
Okay.
I understand that those are available. I'm encouraging you and the committee to make every meeting every meeting available virtually.
And John, I think we can, yeah.
For committee members is what I'm
Yes.
saying.
Yes,
Madam Chair?
yes,
Isn't
Dave?
Isn't it already available virtually? I mean, public comment is.
For committee members to attend.
He's talking about for voting.
For committee members to attend and be counted present.
Yeah. You're talking about to be able, the representatives be able to vote and all
Exactly,
that.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, fully
Now-
participate as representatives.
Now, the one thing that we talked about is trying to make sure that we have all the pieces as far as everybody be able to log in, because you have to be able to be seen and all that kind of stuff. And not everybody who's serving on the committee, yeah, I can include myself, and know how to use and finding out what platform. We've got Teams. We were talking about different things. So I think we're going to probably be moving. Yes. Yes, John.
Madam Chair, that's my opinion. And that would be on the
You're breaking up, John.
I said that would be a matter of training, and that would be on the responsibility of the Bureau Supervisor.
Yeah. Yes, I believe that's what we discussed, that we're going to try to move toward, get some training on and probably maybe in the future, it's not, look at it later, but I think the committee's voted to right now keep it where regular meetings, but I don't think that it's, permanent or anything off the table for future committees or whatever. Am I right in that?
Yes, Madam Chair, we voted and we're going to consider later bylaws that would allow subcommittees and or work groups and special meetings. And I think that we did that as almost a test. We're going to see how those go and maybe move towards regular meetings.
Yes. Right. Yes. Anything
Madam Chair,
else?
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, go ahead,
I'd
John.
like to see that sooner than later. I would just like to say I'd like to see that sooner than later, and I appreciate your time.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anything else? Anyone else have any other public comments? All right, well, let's move on. The first order of business is Rule 12. Who wants to? Yes.
Madam Chair, there are several things listed in Rule 12 that the committee needs to deal with, and I think I know.
It'd be great.
If somebody could read them all.
Yes, thanks.
I have the list in front of me if you'd like.
Okay, if someone could, then we can hit one at a time.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Chris. Go ahead. I appreciate
The
it.
first item on Rule 12 is the OVRC district boundaries. So essentially, it'd just be a motion to maintain the boundaries
Yes,
as.
and
I move that we keep the boundaries the same as they currently
Do
are.
we have a second? Frank seconded.
Boundaries.
Chris? We'll go-
Keith seconded.
Yeah. We're going for a vote. Keith?
Frank seconded, yeah, Frank.
Oh,
Frank seconded.
okay.
Frank seconded.
We're going to go for a vote. Keith?
I abstain because I'm not sure what the boundaries are.
Annette?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
John? I know I'm all over the place, guys, because I don't know where everybody's sitting.
Me, John? Oh, yeah.
Mark?
Yeah.
Dean?
Yes.
And did I miss anyone? And I vote yes. The boundaries are the number area.
You ready for the next one, ma'am?
Yes, Chris.
The second item is co-payment per service call. Currently zero.
Yes, Frank.
I'll make a motion that we keep the copay at 0 per service call.
I'll second that.
John seconded. We're going to go for the
Same.
vote. Keith?
Yeah.
Annette?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
John?
Yeah.
Dean?
Yes. You forgot Frank.
And Frank? I'm sorry, Frank.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Chris? the
So
next
that would
one.
pass unanimously.
Yeah, it was unanimous. I'm
All right,
sorry.
the next item was payments for assuring fair minimum return.
Now, let's,
I have a question related to that, if I may. Is that the stipend
ahead.
amount, or is there a different?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so it's
I-
it's the $350 current stipend amount.
okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Frank?
I'm not going to make a motion, but what I am going to say is, with so many people being out of work It is my belief, and believe me, I would like to see it raised, but with so many people being out of work and to make sure there's money in everybody, I believe we need to leave it where it is.
Tend to agree with you. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, John?
I'll make a motion that we leave it at the 350. We just put it there 2 months ago.
Yes.
So,
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Mark seconded. We're gonna go for a vote. Keith?
Yes.
Annette?
Abstain?
Frank?
You know what? I'm going to actually leave the room and let Dave do it.
Okay. Dave?
Yes.
We got, Mark?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
We have a yes. John?
I already said yes.
He said yes.
Okay. And
Yeah.
I vote yes. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, you got Keith.
Trying to make sure I know where everybody at. Chris,
The next item on the list is benefit payments.
benefit payments? Now
Madam
this,
Chair.
yes, and
I move that we submit benefit payments to operators using the same formula that we've used in the past.
Madam Chair,
yes, John?
what exactly are the benefit payments? I don't know anything about those before I vote.
February check for $200 this year is almost $60
Madam
extra.
Chair,
Yes, Amy?
this refers to the unassigned income payments that we send you guys right now. We are just distributing the federal income that we receive. The state unassigned income has been used to purchase things that RSA's has set aside is not allowed to purchase, such as items that are under $1,000 or the insurance, inventory overages and stuff like that. So we've only been distributing the federal income.
Which is what? What's the federal? It's like 2 things. Elton,
Yeah. I think that's pretty much it, because the post offices are now third-party by an operator.
Madam Chair, can you say that again?
Yes.
The whole thing.
The last part, Andy, you know I'm
So the program gets income from locations federal locations that we don't have an operator in. So this is NASA and Oakton Prison. And we used to receive income from a few of the post offices, but now those are run by an operator, but just third party. So between NASA and Elkin, I think it was around $14,000. You guys received a check, I wanna say it was like 200 and some change based on how many days you were in agreement for the year.
Oh.
I thought it was nothing.
According to the revenue reported year-to-date, 24,148
Okay.
for federal
Previous year
unassigned.
that I was thinking of then, yep.
That's federal unassigned this year.
Do we have a motion?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I made the motion.
Yes, we do.
Okay, and then we had a second?
Yeah, somebody
I second.
Yes.
Okay, we can vote, call for the vote. Keith?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
John?
Yeah.
And I vote yes. That's it for the Rule 12, right? What's the next
No,
one?
one more.
One more, Chris, what was the next?
Yes, the last thing is the rate of reimbursement for actual and necessary expenses and other official duties performed on behalf of OVRC. So-
Madam Chair, what's that?
Yes, Keith?
I need further on what's that? You got that in?
So, Madam Chair.
Yes,
So,
Christie.
I think in the last rule package, these were actually split into two, right, Annette? One, you guys gotta talk about the rates of reimbursement for actual and necessary expenses to come to regular scheduled meetings. And again, we've been, using the OVM rate, but then the other thing is for official duties performed.
That's Chris.
Madam
No.
Chair, Actually, we added, what we changed in this last rule was adding the official duties. In previous rules, it was just reimbursement for attendance at regular meetings, but we also added in the last rules, if somebody's making a road trip or something on behalf of their duties on the committee, they can be reimbursed for that as well. But it is under one umbrella.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
I can give a
Keith,
great
I mean,
example, I can give a great example of that
Mhm.
in when Annette and Derek and Derek and I traveled to, well, Annette had to travel too, but that's where her assigned facility is, but when we traveled to Toledo to take a look at that coffee shop and kind of do an on-site, somewhat of an on-site evaluation and walk through and see what was at the University of Toledo Health Campus. So we had to pay a driver, and Christy got it worked out, and even though I think it was a Herculean task, they did get it worked out, and we got reimbursed for paying the driver. So that was something that was done as official members of the committee, and that's just, there's other examples too, but that was just one that came to mind to give people better understanding.
Madam Chair.
Dave, I'm sorry.
Was there, are we just deciding if we're gonna leave it unchanged or if changes need to be made? Or are we gonna establish what those changes are today? I seem to remember a few months back, there was some discrepancy over the mileage rate versus whatever the federal rate is.
I believe we're deciding if there any changes to be made.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
I move that we keep it the same as it's been in the past, where we use the OVM rates.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Mark
Wood.
seconded. And we're gonna call for the vote. Keith?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
John?
I understand.
Mark?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
And I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes, Chris?
Amy, on the cash balance report, where does that expenditure show? What line item is that? When I'm looking at the cash balance report, I don't see anything that specifically mentions OVRC related expenses. So is that under other expenses? Or can you tell me where those outflows or expenditures are posted?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Amy.
Yes, Chris, it's under other expenses. The other expenses in that category are expenses that come out of our administrative budget. So it includes things like the cost that we pay for our staff to have cell phones and Chris's contract, that kind of thing. So it's not itemized.
Okay, that 19,406 includes those numbers.
Yes, this is the 21.3%.
Madam Chair, we
Yes,
can
Chris.
tell you, we can add up how much travel has cost.
Yeah, I can look by that.
Yeah, and I understand that this is a macro report, and I'm asking about a very specific. I was just, when I'm looking at the macro report, I just wanted to know where that was included.
Yes, it is other expenses.
Okay. We already voted, so we're ready to move on. Anything else? Disciplinary actions is on this. John, you asked this to be put on.
This is actually brought to me by several operators that wanted something done about it. We had a situation in Dayton where 2 operators overall, Mo and Jim Davis. For those that don't know, an employee was recommended to Mo, who is a convicted child molester. Dayton Job Center has children in it. He was told he could not bring the employee in. He then Jim Davis, this is secondhand talk, I don't know exactly, but I was told Jim Davis called Mo and told him he knew a way to sneak the child molester back into the building, which Mo then did and was caught, which caused all our commotion in Dayton with our non-priority places. Mo was there 31 days. He had no disciplinary action taken. He was allowed to resign and walk away. At the very least, and then Jim Davis contacted the grantor on his own and advocating that they basically have to let the child molester around children. And that's committing felonies. If something would have happened, kids in a bathroom, whatever, and our program got wrote up, we lose every non-priority we have in the state. And now, 2017, I dropped a freezer on a customer that I wasn't supposed to be moving. And Christy called me up and let me know she was gonna write me a nasty letter, which I totally agreed with, which basically said if I moved equipment again, I would lose my license. And I signed it and sent it back. The very minimum, we need to document this occurrence. So at the very minimum, I'd like to make a motion that a letter of whatever you want to call it is put in their file explaining exactly what they did wrong and what the consequences will be if it's done again.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Julie.
Yes, this person was able to go ahead and win a location, and an operator that was on the selection committee didn't know about any of it or the late that was given. He got nothing taken off for the late as well. And I think we need to know why that was. And we've got some folders to give to all you guys to explain to you some of our legal rights, because we do still have some. And one of them is you're not supposed to have one in Ohio. I know you guys are gonna say, yes, you can. We've got the papers here. You can't have one in Ohio. You have to terminate the one in the other state. I'm passing these around. But again, we have got to respect ourselves better. We can't, if you're gonna cheat to bring somebody in, then just let the Bureau pick. Because if that's what's gonna happen, let's stop the ugliness and just let the Bureau pick. Because this is not right. Somebody got very hurt because they weren't informed and they were put in a very awkward position. And this is disrespectful. And this is just wrong.
Madam Chair?
I'm gonna go to Mark. Who was first? Oh, Dave, and then Annette.
It's okay, I didn't get it.
Go ahead, Annette.
Madam Chair, just as a matter of, we'll deal with the,
we need to quiet, Annette has the floor.
We do have a motion.
We do have a
that
motion.
made.
Was it seconded?
We need to see if there is a second for that motion, and we can continue discussion.
Okay, is there a second on the motion? Can you repeat the motion,
To have a
Chris?
letter of reprimand placed in the files of Jim Davis.
Of Jim Davis and Mo Youssef.
To document the incident.
I'll second that.
That was Dean?
Yes.
Dean seconded.
Okay. Now I'd like to have the floor for discussion.
Okay.
Or if Dave is really technically ahead of me.
No, I was gonna make a net point, so I was gonna say the motion never got seconded.
Okay.
Thank you, Dave.
Then, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm a little concerned that there was an accusation that there was a late. And for full disclosure, I sat on the selection that's in process. I don't know, we were not told of a late. I will say that. So if there is a late, and I know rumors happen, things happen, if there is a late, I do have a concern that selection panel wasn't told about that. That would very much, as someone who sat on it.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Julie?
and maybe I was told wrong, but I was told it was a bounced check. And I was told that
Yes.
a lot of people know about it,
Yes.
so maybe somebody who knows about it should speak up.
Well, I think I heard that same thing, but let me ask the Bureau. Do you all have, because I did hear that he had a leak myself.
Madam
And-
Chair, I'm
yes.
looking right now.
Yes, so Sally's looking that up. But first of all, I want to just say that from my understanding of the rules, and I was an alternate and was consulted on this, some of this, and I don't know if it's okay, I would like Scott to kind of put, he was a consultant when I was in the area, when we were presented with some of this information, and I always like to go to the source and not the hearsay and all the other stuff that we do. So it is okay, I thought I heard Scott on the phone to kind of put this thing in its correct format of how events happen. And since we're going to discuss this, and then I want to come back to say something else. Sally, did you find anything?
So yes, it looks like there was one about 2 weeks prior to, and I apologize, I did not realize that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, that,
Yes.
I know you asked Scott for the floor, but that's,
No, you're fine.
that is unacceptable.
It is.
I am sorry, Sally.
Yes.
I am absolutely sorry, but that's unacceptable. I sat on that selection, Dwayne did, we asked numerous times, is there anything on here? I know we talked about whether someone was in the facility for such and such amount of time, whether things should be, considered, because he didn't have a full 12 months. I know that discussion took place and everything, but the selection panel should have been told about
Yes.
late.
Yes.
That should have been something that we could have talked
Yes.
about.
Yes. And I'm not, has the transition taken place?
Selection
No.
has taken place.
The
not
selection has?
Transition happens Tuesday.
Okay, well, we need
No.
to,
Oh, what part of it does?
well, I am not sure is there anything that we could do at this point? Because that should have been counted. That was unfair to all the other people who applied.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Chris?
I would say that, and I'll say this in public forum for all to be on the same page, that based on the fact that Ms. Nunes has revealed that it appears that Mr. Youssef had submitted a late report that wasn't considered in the selection. Is that what I understood you to say,
Yes.
Sally?
Yes.
If that be the case, then Mr. John Hill has standing for a grievance, as does any other applicant in that selection.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Sally?
So in this selection, the local committee decided that because Mo had not been in a facility for at least 12 months, we did not score that portion of the score.
Yes.
So if we took off points, we would have had to score the entire section, and Mr. Youssef still would have won.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
it's still
Julie?
not right that he didn't get a performance plan, even though he was told by the grantor of the building to get the heck out. We had an obligation. There's people in here that have been on PIPs before for less than this. He should have had a correction, John's right, he should have had a corrective action thing put in his, and that should have been held against him. We have got to be decent people, especially now that the government is looking at our federal, which probably a lot of you don't know about that either, but they do. They're looking at our federal right now and they're trying to get us out. We need to straighten up. And I'm trying to be professional, and I'm telling you what, I probably won't ever be back again, so I'm gonna get my mouth and I'm gonna tell you what I need to say. My mother raised me better than that, and I was hoping that she raised you guys better than that. You don't cheat. And when somebody does something that bad, and it was serious, it's serious enough that my friends in those buildings down there know about it. We're tarnishing our reputation, and this is wrong. This is wrong. We are decent, most of us are decent, upstanding, good people. And we shouldn't let a few and negligence of telling what should have been told tarnish our program. We're a bunch of blind people working here to make a living and to be good people. And look what's happening. I can guarantee you, because I know people in those buildings down in Dayton, I can guarantee you, we don't have a good reputation. And we need to get that back before they take our federal.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
Who was that, Dave?
I'm trying to understand what the implication is. Like, I've heard cheat now. Is the implication, how did he cheat exactly?
Because he got kicked out of the building. And when he got kicked, then the thing is, he was told not to bring the guy back. Then Davis helped him bring the guy back. So the guy snuck in again, and the grantor got mad and kicked us out of the building.
Okay, can we stop right there? I did ask that for Scott to speak. Scott, can you please kind of put tell us the order of which, because this is how we were involved and the information that we got.
Yes.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Scott.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We counted Mo in, and he was needing product, so he went to the previous operator who's running a facility that just uses Coke, so he was asking if she had any extra Pepsi, and she said yes, and he said, I'll have my employee Daniel come pick it up, and that's how I was notified that Daniel was back in the picture. And I sent him an email, I sent Mo an email with all the documentation where Daniel was not allowed to be in the job center, and that he shouldn't be at the Haynes Center for Children. It's a huge problem. And his response was to call Mr. Davis or send Mr. Davis an email. And Mr. Davis began emailing the felony reentry program for Montgomery County. And they kind of put two and two together that this was a guy that Jim was trying to advocate to bring into the building. And that's how they discovered that Mr. Van Loo was back in the building. And in the meantime, he had brought Mr. Van Loo back in to the building, and they knew it. So after all of that went on, and it took about 3 or 4 days, they pretty much banned Mo from ever entering the building again, other than a transition to get him out, and no employee could come in with the transition to count him out. And that's how Montgomery County discovered. It's from Mr. Davis emailing the Montgomery County reentry program, and that's where we stand today. So.
Okay. It was my understanding that when we were presented as a local committee, and Keith can speak to this too, and so is Orville, that there was nothing in the rules. Once we presented Mo with his options, either he would be removed, or he would have to or resign. He immediately chose to resign. Once you have been removed from the location, where does it say that? I mean, once you don't have a facility, where does it say that you could be put on a performance plan? Because he did not have a facility at that time. So I was reading in the rules about the director can remove him from a facility or suspend him from a BOA. He could be suspended, but they wanted him out, so he was removed. So I'm just trying to understand.
It's in here. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Julie.
It's in here.
Now, I can't read what you wrote, but can you kind of summarize what it says?
I can tell you this, because like I said, this will be the last time I come in this room.
Julie.
You're
You're fine.
This is the problem right here. He resigned in lieu of being shot. And it says on page 35 in the Braille copy on the right-hand side, which I forgot my book, but it's in here. We got it in here. It says he resigned in lieu, and since he resigned in lieu of being kicked out, it should have been held against him.
No.
Like I said, guys.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, and then I'm gonna do Orville.
A couple things here. The performance improvement plan, and I get, what we have here is a bad rule. We have a horrible rule. Performance improvement plan can be entered into if somebody shows a pattern of not following the rules. So that's number one. I don't know that the rule would have allowed for a PIP.
That's what I'm saying.
But that being said, the suspension rule is the one that would have applied. I believe it's Rule 6?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Rule 6 does allow the director to have the authority to suspend what those of us who have grayer hair call a chakra rule, basically, suspend a bureau operator agreement, and there's various things that are listed there. One of them would be a grantor not allowing an operator into a building. Another one would be clear and present danger, possible loss of a bureau. There were several actually that could have applied.
Somebody can bring that rule up, right? I'm sorry, Annette.
That's okay.
Bring it up so it can be read.
So that's what probably could have happened. In lieu of that, he was allowed to resign. The problem is, and this is, like I said, where we have the problem with the rule as it pertains to selection. Even if they would have suspended, if he would not have resigned, or he wasn't even given the option to resign, and they put the hammer down, and Burnham would have suspended his bureau operator agreement, there is still nothing in the selection rule that allows a selection panel to hold that against them. The only thing is, if somebody resigns in lieu of being terminated, they may not bid on that facility again. So he was ineligible and will be ineligible to ever bid on that Montgomery County route or anything that pertains to that route, that any part of that. But other facilities, there's absolutely nothing in the rule that allows anything like this to be held against them.
Orville, and then I'm next. Orville.
I know when the local and I, when we discussed everything and we looked at the BE rules, which is not clear, you know, we worried that Mo was going to send a letter asking to release all of the Montgomery County sites and just leave that federal building. Because there's nothing in the rules saying that he wouldn't be allowed to do that. So we gave him like every option that we can, because we also didn't want a grievance from Mo if we didn't say like, hey, in the BE rules, you could release all of the Montgomery County sites and just have that federal building.
The other, my main concern is at the time when we talked about, and did anybody bring this rule up? Because when I read the rule that refers to, it says that you could be suspended, but it also says something, and that's why I want us to read it.
Madam Chair, I
Yes,
get it.
go ahead, Christie.
The director of VSBI or designee may immediately suspend a VOA for up to 45 days, which shall not be considered discipline.
See, I mean, that's what I'm reading.
However, the operator maintains the right to request a hearing, and there are specific reasons if the suspended operator can only be for 45 days, right?
Yeah.
In no case shall a suspension exceed 6 months. If the suspended operator is returned to the facility and the VOA is reinstated, then the operator may apply for a stipend as a displaced operator. The VOA may be suspended for any of the following reasons: when the act or admissions of the operator places the BE program in jeopardy of losing a site or facility.
That's what applies to
Right,
this.
and that is what applies. And
That's
one
what
of the-
applies to
yep.
this.
And-
But it says without being considered discipline. So,
Right. It
so,
wouldn't have affected any points going forward.
yes,
How did he get,
Please address the chair.
I'm sorry.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, yes.
How did he get 31 points when he was only in that facility 2 weeks?
I think it's
I wasn't on the selection, but one of the things is we clearly see here that there was points that was missed. I mean, he got points that he, you know, he should have been dinged for having a late. I'm not sure.
Sally,
Yes.
explain the difference on this selection. please.
Okay.
There is some discrepancy on how each local does and reads the selection
It is.
process. So, Sally, I want it to be clear that Sally did not, you
No.
didn't miss anything. So explain it.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
um,
Sally.
When we did the selection in Cleveland, in the Cleveland area,
Okay.
John and Jose chose to score the middle portion because Mo had been under a BOA. Albeit it was not a year.
Yes.
He was under a BOA for 31 days.
Madam Chair?
Hold on 1 sec.
I'd
Sally
like to
has
go
the
after
floor.
Sally then.
And then in the Toledo area, the local committee, which was Annette and Dwayne, said that because he had not been under a BOA for 12 months, we did not score the middle section.
Okay.
And so the tiebreaker was that Mo had been under a BOA for 31 days.
How many points was given to that? I can't.
He received 7 and John received 7.
Madam Chair.
One second. One second, Wayne. John is next, and then what's that, Wayne? Dwayne? I'm sorry, Dwayne. John?
Just to further illuminate on Sally's, Jose and I had her read the exact wording. Some point said, in the entire past 12 months. We did not score those because he did not have the facility for the entire past 12 months. Some said, in the last 12 months, do you have any lakes? It did not say, in the last 12 months, while under a Bureau Operating Agreement, it did not say in the entire year. So if it didn't say in the entire year, then, and he was under an agreement, we did score it. And in Cleveland, Mo got a total of 10 points. I didn't even know we could score more than 20 points total, let alone
17,
31.
I think it is. I think 17.
Okay, Dwayne?
Well, under this election, I believe we still have a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
But I guess under this election, I just see multiple problems with the late and the disciplinary actions and everything that went on. I just feel like the whole thing was scored incorrectly because of incomplete information that this election committee had. I think it would be reasonable and the right thing to do to have a recall election on that selection and do it again.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Christie?
my question, Dwayne, is, in previous selections in that area, in the last year, did you score the same or no? Similarly, in other ones, where you had the same methodology?
I don't believe that there was a late involved in the other one.
I don't think we have had any selections in the Toledo area. I'll be honest with you, Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Yeah, yes, you're fine in that.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dave?
The motion that's on the floor is to put some type of disciplinary letter in both operators' files. But I'm assuming, and I don't know that much about this whole scenario, but I'm assuming the Bureau chose not to pursue anything like that. There must be a reason why he resigned. I'm not sure how much more.
Well, Dave, putting the letter in the file, I don't believe that would have constituted any points against him or something. That just would have been a letter in his file, which should have happened, and you know, we should have had. But I think we have a more serious problem as far as how the selection was done and issue. I'm not sure what can be
Madam Chair,
done. Yes, Christie.
Sally has additional information.
Madam Chair, the
Yes.
local committee did score the same way for the Facility 445 posting in May.
Okay.
And Madam Chair,
Yes,
like, I
Christie.
think that, again, there's a couple things I'd like to just add. I do believe a letter, I think it was inappropriate for another operator that wasn't a part of this facility, should never have contacted Montgomery County. I think that that was damaging, and again, I'm okay for writing a letter for that, but again, it won't affect a score in the future. It won't. The only thing it will do is it will establish a, if he does it again and again, that's a pattern, and then go on a PIP. You know, this whole thing, and again, Rule 3, we've talked about it, the selections, it absolutely needs fixed.
Yeah.
The other thing, Julie, that I would like to address is the items that you printed out, and you had a question about how can someone have facilities in multiple states? That was another one. And so I brought that up. It happens all over the country, and we do have an operator. We have an operator that, we have one that's operating in 2 states that I'm aware of. We've got another one that's operating in about 3 or 4. We've got another one that's trying to get into the program from Tennessee. There is nothing in the federal law that prevents that. There is nothing in our own rules that prevent that.
It's in here.
It's the only thing here that it says is residency requirement for VR, you have to have a presence, and they all have. We don't accept their license, the
Reciprocity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Reciprocity.
Means that when you talk to the
English is not
make
very
it go
familiar.
through our training process.
Do I?
We don't
By the way,
accept
have
the
you
license
noticed how
as
many
is.
times you get documents for bylaws
And
spelled
there's nothing in here.
BI-LAWS?
Again, I don't think
yes.
RSA
That's a
would
problem.
approve us to say that
This language
BY.
called
you are
English,
running a
and
facility
people who are in
Ohio,
administrative
you're
positions should be able to
prevented from
pronounce
running another.
reciprocity
I honestly
and
don't
spell
think
bylaws.
they would approve
I
of
totally
this.
agree.
Madam Chair?
I have a question.
Yes.
What does EDUCATE spell in Akron?
Is what now?
What does EDUCATE spell in Akron?
That their license in their previous state
EDEACT.
No,
becomes inactive.
EDUCATE. What does it spell?
Educate.
Well, I got one question, Dave, and I'm going to you.
I always get that,
Where did, Julie, where did you all get and John, where did you get this information?
It is.
And most of, just so you know,
Dave?
most of Julie's documents, they're just printouts of phone, Google searches that are using AI responses.
Oh, yeah.
It's, you know, it's substitute artificial intelligence for the real kind.
Exactly.
Anything in law that requires that, and moreover, I mean, a lot of people don't like it, but I would commend somebody who's hustling to the extent that they're operating in 4 different states. I mean,
I agree.
but
I agree.
I give it up to them.
Sounds like you, Dave. And
Just a little history. We actually tackled this several years ago when we were looking at rules. The majority of us actually didn't like this. We said, hey, we don't want people in Ohio running things in multiple states. We want them to focus their attention on their facility in Ohio. And called Terry Smith first, and said, hey, Terry, is this true? He said RSA has turned it down when other states tried to get that through in their rules. It wouldn't be allowed. So I asked him again, I said, well, can we double check it? Because I said, we're having this issue in Ohio, can we double check it? He contacted someone at RSA, I believe it was Jesse Hartle, and they said no. Now, this isn't official, there's no, I don't think we officially tried to ask or nothing, but it was told to us then that RSA would not approve a rule that didn't allow somebody to run things in multiple states. And the reason why is because the federal law does not cancel a license. A license does not go away. It is a permanent thing that you have until there is a hearing to take that away from you. That's the federal law. And if you are licensed in a state, then you are able to run something in that state unless there's some other, reason not to. So RSA wouldn't approve it. We wanted it approved. We tried, but they would not allow us to do it.
Exactly.
Keith?
I wanted to call for the question.
Okay, what was the motion on the table?
Thank you.
The
Keith called the question.
Oh, okay.
Keith calls the question.
That means to vote. We gotta
Okay.
vote now.
All right.
Oh.
Keith, I'm sorry.
Do we know what we're? Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's why I was gonna repeat the motion.
Yes.
And then we had a second on the motion too?
Yeah.
That was Frank?
Dean was your second.
Dean.
She wants you to repeat them.
Yeah, she does want to. I wasn't really clear. The actual motion on the floor was that the Bureau issue a disciplinary letter to Mo Youssef and Jim Davis for the incident that occurred in the Haynes Children's Services Building in Dayton, Montgomery County.
Keith?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Frank?
I'm gonna abstain.
Dean?
All right, this is John's motion we're voting on, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Mark?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, and
I think we still need to do something about this selection.
Yes.
I'm not sure if there's any scoring difference, because if the selection panel would have voted to score, and you just don't get added to points.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I am thoroughly concerned by
Me
the
too.
fact that there was information that wasn't presented in the selection panel.
Yes.
I don't know if it would have mattered. I can't go back in time and decide, but that may have, I almost think I'd almost have to think about something if I would have been told in 31 days there was a late. I don't know.
Madam Chair.
I don't know
Yes,
if it would have
Amy?
fixed anything, because the scoring, the way the scoring
Yes.
goes, that just means we would have scored and he would have got the points.
Well, Madam Chair.
What, Amy, then Dave?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there were some circumstances around this late. So as you all know, sometimes the check we receive has to be postmarked. We don't have to necessarily receive it by the due date, it has to be postmarked. So under this circumstance, the operator had mailed a check and it came back, in SF. He had said that he didn't mean to do that, he put another one in the mail. We were waiting on that, and then it was, I think he said maybe it got lost in the mail, he was gonna contact somebody to do something. So we were kind of playing a little bit of a waiting game with him before we officially assigned a late, giving him the opportunity to kind of find this check and find out what happened. Because if it was a postmark by the due date, he's not late. So I think by the time this election happened, we were still kind of figuring that out from an accounting side. So I don't know if Sally knew whether he had the late at that time or not.
Madam Chair.
I knew a long time ago. Who's that, John?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave, you were first.
To Annette's concern, I thought, I remembered Sally saying even if that section would have been scored, he would have still won. Judge, I don't know if I heard that wrong or not.
Madam Chair, that is correct.
I'm not trying to.
Sally, what'd you say?
That is correct, that if we had scored the middle section, he still would have been awarded the facility.
Even with the lake?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Why?
He would have got points for being in the stand.
Madam Chair.
But they were tied.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Sally?
no, it would not be a tie because neither of the other candidates had ever been under a BOA in this program, so they would have all gotten 0 points. Mo would have still gotten 2 points for having only one late. He would get 1 point for having no PIP. I mean, the whole section would have given him more points.
Madam Chair.
Okay, 1 second, I think it was John.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Back to Amy's book. His check was due by July 31st. And he officially got it, he talked to me about this situation, that's how I know this information. He wrote the check on a closed account. He felt because he actually put something in before the due date, even though it wasn't paid, that he shouldn't have a late.
Oh, that's.
He resolved this, he
Yeah.
told me, by the middle of August. This selection was done a month later. That late should have been known about.
Oh, no.
We're not talking about a week or a day or two, we're talking about an entire month.
Okay.
afterwards.
Madam Chair. Chair?
Yes,
Just so everybody
ma'am.
knows the
I'm
dates.
gonna say, I don't think, unfortunately, the way the scoring happens, it would not have changed the outcome.
Okay.
That is absolutely true, because you gain points for not being late. You don't have them taken away. So not scoring that section, or scoring that section and not giving points comes out exactly the same. But what I am very disturbed about is a pattern. I know of a few selections now, and this may be something we need to address, and we have a big agenda today.
Yes.
We have a pattern of an attitude towards selections where we just, let's just score it, let's get it done. And I've had to ask for double checking of things. I'm getting very annoyed with selections starting to come out questioned and not being told everything. Dwayne and I should have been told about this and made a decision on it. Would it have affected things? Probably not. But I'm starting to get tired of selection panels not addressing everything they're supposed to be addressing in a selection. These are people's lives.
Madam Chair, so I propose that we will prepare, I'll work with staff. I think we give out the information, accessibility might be an issue, I'm gonna have to work on that. And my hope is that the panel members will read that information prior to the call, instead of having my staff just read the information. And so I think that everyone will have it and can review it beforehand. Maybe that will help.
Yeah, I think so.
Madam Chair?
1 second, I think Keith wanted to be.
Okay.
Keith, you had something you wanted to say?
I just got a question. The two guys in question, and I'm saying two because him and the other guy. We lost part of that county route because of him. And then he's telling another guy how to do with the same guy. And we about to lose a non-priority facility in the Dayton area. So I just think we should be doing a little bit more than just talking about something. I do. I don't know about y'all, but I came here to support the BE, not just let it die because of somebody's action.
Well, Madam Chair.
Yes, Christy.
Keith, I agree with you, but we have to work within the rules. And I think that this is a very important conversation, that when we're doing the rules, that we need to think of these things. Because I am worried about losing Montgomery County, I really am. But we have to live within the rules.
And that, I'm sorry, and then we're gonna move on.
Yeah, I know, I lost my train of thought, I'll be honest with you, and I know it was about the selection stuff, and, the getting, Christie's point about us getting the stuff. First of all, accessibility is an issue, that does need to be dealt with, but the area manager is a voting member, it's not just the two operators. They are an equal voting member on that selection panel. So if the operator should look over everything, so should the area manager. And they should be the one to know if there's a link. We're only dependent on the information we're giving. You guys have all the information. I don't know if somebody's late or not, especially if they're outside of the Toledo area.
So, Madam Chair, and I don't want to speak, Sally.
Yes, Christine.
So, and you made your point. I think how Sally went into it, and she can correct me if I'm wrong. She knows how you guys have scored the previous one, and that you didn't do the middle one. So I don't think that it was even to look for the late, or that it would affect it. But, I hear you. I hear you, but, we've been beaten up. I heard you, and I think we need to move on.
1 second, I just want to say this.
That isn't right.
I know for sure this wasn't intentional by anybody on, I just want to make sure that we all are not accusing. I understand that things were overlooked. I think that even though
no bias,
people feel like the decision that was made to let him resign, we can agree that we disagree on all other things because we felt like this is the path of least resistance. I think that looking at the rules, as Christy said, and then trying to figure out how, this is why we're here. We're here to discuss how to make our program work better and fairer for everyone. At this time, we're going to move on because there's nothing to be gain.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I do want one more thing, and then
Yes,
I will
Annette.
shut up. And I will shut up, I promise.
No, you're fine.
Number one, no, I'm not accusing any bias. I do want to make that clear. But to say that a decision was made about how a selection panel scored based on an earlier selection is wrong too, because one of the members of that earlier selection was not on this selection. Dwayne did not participate in the selection for 445 because he was a bidder.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Amy.
One more note on this, because I'm also going to work with our IT. So right now, the report that we pull, it's not showing he has a late because he still hasn't paid this. So there is nothing in our system to trigger a late because the payment has not been made.
Oh my goodness.
Are you serious?
That sounds like past due program application.
As I was
It does.
saying, since I have the floor right now, I'm going to
Amy
work
has
with
the
our
floor.
IT to make this problem go away. So next time it will catch anybody with an account balance on top of any late payments being made.
Madam Chair, I know you want to stop this, but
No,
you
you're
just opened
fine.
another can of worms on something. When was the payment due?
July 31st.
July 31st.
So it was over 30 days past due at the time we did the selection. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Due to an
This
NSF check.
individual was not eligible to bid.
Yeah. Can I ask, do we have another motion on the table to delay?
No, we do not.
No, well, we need to have one if y'all want to delay that selection. I mean, delay that transition until y'all discuss.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
I'd like to move that we delay this transition and that
What's the facility number?
804 or is it 840?
804 and 840 were put together. I don't
Yeah,
know
but
what
what's
number
the
you're
official
using.
one?
It's 804. It was 804.
I'll second it.
Madam Chair.
Delay until,
Until
yeah.
this can be worked out.
We have
because
a,
Now I'm finding out this person
Yes.
wasn't even eligible to
wait a
bid.
minute. Well, we're gonna delay, we have a second,
Until-
Keith seconded, we're ready for the vote. Keith,
Yeah.
Annette,
Yes.
Frank,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
John,
yes.
Yes.
and I vote yes. Now, Annette, I do have to ask you a question.
The next motion is going to be to redo the selection, because just the
Yes,
delay.
yes. But I think Madam Chair had a question.
I do have a question though. We did not have, I guess this was a part of this discussion on disciplinary because it wasn't on specifically on the agenda. Are we okay? I'm asking
On
you.
that, facility?
Yeah.
I would think so now.
Okay, I
Yeah.
just want to make sure that vote counts for.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Frank?
I will make the motion that, what is the facility number again?
804.
804.
That the selection for facility 804 be redone in lieu of the information that just became, additional information that just became available.
I'll second that too.
Keith seconded. I just want to make sure we're okay with.
Or in light of, whatever, however we need to word it.
In light of,
Are we still, and I know I'm questioning this, I just want to make sure that we are in the proper order, and that.
You're good.
I have another, I'm gonna,
You want to amend it?
I have to, in good conscience. And I don't have details on this, so please, anybody that does have details, please help me clarify. But it was reported to me that there was some information missing on the posting concerning certain of the state rest areas. And if that is in fact the case, if the posting was indeed incomplete, then that suggests that really the facility should be reposted with the corrected information.
Well.
And I believe it was John that let me know about that. And so if you would help.
I don't know about
Okay.
anything about the highway.
That there was something about some of the highway
Sally, are you
rest
aware
areas, the
of-
state rest areas not being included, is that correct?
Madam Chair, does this?
Yes, Chris?
Chris, does this have anything to do with what we were talking about?
Yeah, it's 804.
804 doesn't have a rest.
Yeah, it does.
Yes, it does.
There was 23.
Dwayne, do you know what Chris is referring to?
Well, how many?
I do not.
There. Okay. Okay, I'd have to look at, and I apologize, I'm not looking at the documents, but I just want to make sure that that the posting that people are bidding on provides full information about the nature of the business opportunity available to the bidders.
Madam Chair, what
Yes,
was missing
sir.
is the equipment at
Okay.
US 30.
Okay, okay, just the equipment, but not the sales data, just the equipment.
Okay. We're ready for a vote?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dave?
I was just gonna say, given what Chris said and the motion to redo this election, maybe the best path forward might be to, if you're gonna redo this election anyway, to repost the facility. That would require an amendment maybe or a new motion, but maybe the best path forward might be to repost the facility.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would have to say, unless there was some other discrepancy, I almost think, we can deal with this motion first because it's on the floor, but the more I think about this, I almost think this should go to the next person in line.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
My
ma'am.
only concern about that is, because this is, I want to make sure all the Ts are crossed.
Yes.
The Is are dotted.
Right.
The selection panel does need to make a determination about eligibility.
Yes.
So I do think the selection panel should reconvene
Yes.
and look at all the information. I don't think it should just be done on the fly.
Yes.
So the selection panel does need the opportunity to make a determination about eligibility. We're basing it on what we're hearing today. I'm starting to think we had a bidder who was not eligible to bid because of past due program funds.
Yes.
But that is up for the selection panel to determine.
Okay. So what was the motion on the floor that Frank?
That
That the selection be redone.
But the
Okay,
selection
are we-
be,
So, and that, should we move forward with, or just wait until the selection committee? Frank, do you want to continue with that motion, or you want to?
Yes, I think we should continue with it. Madam Chair, may I add something else?
Yes.
And I want to, and this is, memo to myself or note to myself as well, as we all move forward doing selections, we need to make sure that we are all fully engaged and
Yeah.
fully aware. And Christie's point saying we need to make sure we read everything. I try and do that with just about any selection I'm involved in. That way, if there's a conversation, well, now it'll be between me, Dave, and Orville, or it used to be between me and Dave and Sally. And then if we have questions, we can ask them, and Sally or Orville, they have most of that information at their on their computers or in the system that they can pull up for us. So if we need to have a discussion, we can do that. My thing is, when we do these selections, it is one of our most important jobs in serving on this committee.
It is.
And we need to make sure that we get it, that we have all the information, that we ask for the information if we don't have it, and then we get it right or than right.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
And I'm gonna second what he's saying, and that, the onus is on, I take a
All
lot
of
of
us.
blame for that. I've probably done more selections than a lot of folks.
Yes.
We did not, and I will say, sit and go through the eligibility part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's on us, that's on, I'll take full credit for that. I did not go through we jump right into scoring with the assumption that everybody is eligible. And that is a lesson learned. We should have made the determination first that all applicants were eligible to bid before we even started scoring. And that's on me, it's on Sally, it's partially on Dwayne, because was our job to do and we failed it, but I take the bigger credit for that, because I've done a lot of these.
I would say is when we're looking at the rules, maybe there's a simplifying, looking at how we score and making sure that information is, there and, for us to make sure that we don't miss it next time. We have a second on the floor. We're ready to go?
I am, okay.
What'd you say?
I said I'm ready.
Okay, Keith?
Yeah.
Annette?
I'm actually gonna abstain as a member of the selection.
Okay, Frank?
Yes.
Dave? I mean, not Dave, Dean?
Yes.
John?
This is to redo the bid, right?
No, just the
Rescore it.
All right, yes.
Did I say Dean? Mark?
Yes.
And I vote yes. And I think we're gonna move on. I think,
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I
Dave?
would have voted yes too.
How did I know that, Dave?
How did I?
Somehow I
What
felt
a-
you would have.
what a genius.
J.W. Peck Building.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Orville.
does anyone have any questions? We're still waiting on a meeting with the building in regards to FUDA, going into the cafeteria. Does anyone have any questions about JW Tech?
Madam Chair?
That John?
Yeah, where is this building? What are we talking about?
It's in Cincinnati.
Cincinnati,
It's the
federal building.
Okay.
So I'm, Madam Chair, so I don't need to ask you for equipment. We have to.
Yeah. I don't know who put this on the agenda.
I do have a question as far as, are we looking, I mean, what are we, did we add, I heard there was issues, are we adding more machines there in the meantime to, help, cause Keith is temping it right now, right?
Madam Chair, yes, we're working with the building as far as adding more vending machines.
Now, what is the population in the building? Because I was wondering why we didn't look at, because I know there was an issue recently with them as far as, they're not too happy with, but I think that's because we should have put machines in there, immediately. But are we looking at other options besides just vending? Maybe a micro market or something, because we're going from a cafeteria to just vending.
And 2 machines.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
we are looking at other.
And we're still in the meeting, guys. Let's keep it down.
We're looking
Yeah,
at other.
everyone needs to. We should make Keith the sergeant at large.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we're looking
Yes.
at other space in the building to see, what we can do as far as expanding vending, turning Judy Cook's old area into a vending room or a micro market or something.
Or well, we can't look at keeping the space that we have to do something like the micro market, or something like that. Are they repurposing that space? I don't want to.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I want to table this until I have more talk with the building.
Okay. Okay, anybody else have anything on that topic?
Madam Chair, the only thing I will say is if we can get the building to do it, especially where the cafeteria is located, that's where everybody's used to going. If we're able, and I think I've heard Orville or Tanya say there's limited electricity or limited outlets in there. So, and I don't have the federal law in front of me. I don't know if it comes to more electric being installed, if that's on the grant or if our program would have to pay for that. But if we do, and I think the federal buildings even can express concern about a micro market and theft. And I know that is an issue with micro markets in some ways. So I don't know what the format is going to be, and then I know the other thing was to maybe provide some additional machines and, in Judy Cook's, what used to be a snack bar. And I think Orville's trying to have a more in-depth conversation with the grantor there and try and get an idea of where we're going. But like I said back in August, and some of this I don't think is on the program, it might be on the grantor then. We do need to get some direction of where we're going sooner rather than later.
And Madam Chair,
Dave?
I kind of, that cafeteria is huge. It's a big space, and that the old snack bar room is exceptionally small in comparison to the cafeteria space. So I certainly would hope we're not going to trade one massive space for a very small space.
Madam Chair.
Keith?
It's 1,500 people in the building. Cause they're getting, they gotta come back to work. And they're not selling the building. They said that. And then the cafeteria is massive. So we do need to put something in it. That's just my opinion. Because I'm going down there every week now. They're fielding 2 machines. It's great. Yeah.
gonna just say, he's saying it's not enough machines, it's not enough, it's emptied out when he gets there and all that kind of stuff. But only reason why I spoke on this, and I do respect the fact that Orville wants to table it for right now, but I just would say that and I don't know how much this has access to the public. I know when I was in a federal facility, after all the issues that have happened with federal, they've kind of cut off a lot of access. You're really serving the constituents, the federal employees, mostly. And so I think that even with the micro markets and things like that, they have the technologies to handle, most of that, but we'll see. Any other comments on this subject? The university situation I have on here is not, we can just skip that. Patrick decided not to detach anything, and just wonderful, and we wish him luck. The other thing is the Federal Stokes Courthouse and Metzenbaum Courthouse. A. Jackson decided to detach that. Anyone wants to start that off, John or anybody?
I don't know anything about it.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry, Sally.
Augustin did request to remove the Metzenbaum courthouse and the Stokes courthouse from his facility. We've asked for sales information from him and have not received it. But our question is, are we okay to post those as site attachments?
I'm sorry, Dave.
Augustine Jackson, Cleveland, too.
Oh,
We have to have a motion, right?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I move that we post the insert names. Metzenbaum Courthouse.
Metzenbaum and Stokes.
And Stokes Courthouses as site attachments. Two separate site attachments.
John
Post.
second. Who seconded? John. Okay, we're gonna call for a vote. Keith?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Frank?
yeah.
Dean? Dean? Mark?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
I vote yes as well.
All right. He was ready for it.
Yes, he was. I'm sorry. I lost my place.
So it passed unanimously.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I lost my place, guys.
Facility 1075, ma'am.
Facility 1075, Sally or Orville, you guys put this on?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Facility
Orville.
1075, currently it is ODRC Operations Support here in Columbus, Ohio. It has a BevMax 5800 and a Crane Merchant Media 6, year-to-date, gross $1,900. The operator is asking for us to go ahead and put that out as a site attachment opportunity. They were temping it. Trent Tribble is the operator, and I'm not sure if he has anything to include, but I just ask that we go ahead and post it.
Chris?
Yeah. You're saying year to date, so that's, does that include the August report or just July, through July?
Through August.
Okay. This is a classic example of a ridiculously over-equipped facility. You've got something in the order of about $18,000 in vending machines, generating, I believe you said $1,900 year to date. So if we say that's 10 months, $190 between the two machines, suggesting to me, Trent, that your BevMax is doing about $100 a month. So you're selling about 25 bottles, maybe 30 bottles a month out of a BevMax 45 select machine. I believe the first right thing is to right-size our equipment in this facility. It's hard to say that any equipment is justified when you're talking about something in the way of less than $200 a month of sales potential. But if so, we shouldn't be talking about anything bigger than maybe a Vendo 8 Select and a 4-wide snack, if that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Corbin?
And Chris, I agree with you. I think when we put it out, whoever puts in for it and is awarded it, we will work with them on, the pieces of equipment that they would like to see in that building.
But
I'm all for it.
But just for
Yes,
for the education of Mrs. King and Ms. Hauk, et cetera, it is incredibly important that we make good use of our program funds by making wise decisions about how we place equipment. There may be some history that justified that equipment profile at one time, but I'm doubtful.
I want to
And-
add to it, and not a place equipment, because some places.
There are places where people are crying for better equipment.
Yes.
And this is state-of-the-art equipment, top-of-the-line beverage machine, top-of-the-line snack machine. And for us to have something just shy of $20,000 of equipment investment in a facility that is probably negative net on service charge after maintenance and repair is just not responsible. And we need to do a better job in terms of how we place equipment. Pass.
So, do we have a motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Frank?
My question is, the request was to have these sites removed from, Trent's?
Detached.
Remove it
Detached.
from his facility.
Madam Chair.
And then to
Yes,
put more
sir.
site attachments? Is that the question?
Madam Chair, he's operating this under a TDOA.
Oh, okay, okay.
Just want to.
Thank you.
So he wants to
It's,
not be the tenant.
Orville, can you repeat the two
Yeah.
buildings? Were they both courthouses or was
Oh, we're still on that, okay.
No, we're not.
Oh.
This is the DRC.
Oh, DRC.
We're on 1075.
Department of
DRC.
Rehabilitation, Corrections, Operations, and Support Center.
Madam
What is that,
Chair,
Columbus?
It's just a site with two vending machines. They have reached out to us, Trent, back in February, because they wanted us to, bring machines in there. Trent was willing to go in there. But Trent agrees that, we don't need to temp it anymore. We just need to put it out, see if anybody's interested in it, and go from there.
Okay, so do we have a motion?
Yeah, we can do that.
We need a motion, Don.
1075,
Yes,
that
put it out as
facility
a-
or site, 1075 be put out as a site attachment?
yes.
Yes.
Second? That was your motion, Frank?
Yes.
And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mark seconded. Call for the vote, Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
I stepped out, so I'm gonna abstain.
Okay, I'm all over the place with this, guys. Dean?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. We got, the next one is postings with no bidders. I think it's the Sally.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes, we had 4 sites that came down with no bidders. One was Perry County ODOT Garage, Hocking College Perry Campus, and then KSU Salem and OSU Worcester.
Madam Chair.
Yes, John?
I'd like to give information on Salem and Worcester real quick, Sally. Salem has 7 machines and was doing less than $600 a month. Our best month in last year was $900 in the middle of school. End of August, they closed their nursing program, which was about, the machines in the nursing dorm were about 75% of the business. So now you're gonna have 5 machines there that do less than $200 a month. Worcester did not receive a bid, but Orville, 10 miles away, did receive a bid. The operator that bid on Orville did not know how close Worcester was. And if we put it back out as a site attachment, he will bid on that also. So I would recommend that we give up Salem and that we rebid Worcester as a site attachment.
And a motion.
That's my 2 cents. I haven't made a motion yet.
I'm gonna talk about this,
There's other ones on.
I wanna bring up the Hawking College, where we have 2 big machines in there. Years ago, before I took over this location, the 2 of these are my attachments. They had, I think, the Job and Family Services was in this building. When it moved out, it just left this dental school that had less than 20 students. But the maximum they said they could have maybe is 20 students. I don't believe we really need to have this as a site, and I know we hate to do that, but they don't really buy anything. You spend your time rotating product constantly, and, you know, now the ODOT, where we have a combi, you know, it's just too far away for me to drive an hour and a half, or hour, a little over an hour, well, it's for the service of combi. But I think the issue with this, I don't know how we go about just removing our machines, but I think that as far as the dental school, I don't think that it's even worth us even dealing with, unless somebody just wants to.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have to ask, are any of these, and the dental school does sound like it's not worth doing, but some of these others, and maybe the one that, the Worcester one we could re-put out, but the Salem and the Perry, are they close to any secondary, anything? I'm just trying to gauge for future. We're gonna take over secondaries at some point. Is there stuff that in the future that will make good use of these?
Madam Chair?
Yes, John?
I can only answer Salem isn't close to anything.
Okay.
What about Perry? I'm not sure where that even is. Where's that? Oh. Thanks, Sally.
93? Are there any West areas in that area?
Perry County includes like New Lex, Baltimore,
Lex.
Thornville.
Okay, so.
Somerset, Thornville.
That's along 13. I don't think we've got any secondaries on 13.
What do we have there? I mean, this is just, yeah. Some stuff is just a waste of time.
Madam Chair, I do have a question for
Yes.
actually Sally. Sally, is the KSU Salem a separate BGA or is it attached to the main campus?
That's a good question. Let me look.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Chris.
In as much as it seemed like the sense of the room was that neither Hocking College Perry County campus, where the dental school is, or KSU Salem represent at all anything close to a viable business opportunity for anybody, even if they were next door.
Yeah.
I would suggest to the representatives that perhaps a motion to dispense with those two and pull equipment in those locations would be a way to kind of narrow our focus. If any representative would care to make such a motion.
Okay, Madam Chair?
Dean.
Madam Chair?
Yes, John?
Okay, it's kind of.
Oh, Dean, I'm sorry.
Yes, it's kind of a question also to Sally. So, you know, we had a local meeting about KSU Salem, and we all kind of decided we want to get this third-party company involved because they're doing a lot of the Kent State satellites. And my question to Sally was, did that go anywhere yet? Do we have that third-party company interested in doing Kent State Salem? Do you know?
Madam Chair.
Yes, so.
Kelsey has reached out to Universal just to see if they would have any interest. And Universal said that neither KSU Salem or OSU Worcester should be an issue in providing services. So they're willing to do those.
Madam Chair?
Yes, John.
KSU Worcester does $1,500 a month.
OSU.
OSU Worcester. If it doesn't get taken as a site attachment, I would keep it myself. I would not want that to go to a third party and we get virtually. I'm running it at 72% net, so you're getting a nice service charge from it.
And yeah, Madam Chair?
Yes, Dean.
I just want to, told Sally that it might have been after our meeting, all of a sudden, we do have an operator, the person that took the satellite at Akron U. He is interested in doing it now, so we do have someone interested in it.
So you're saying we could repost that?
Madam
As
Chair?
an attachment, I think so.
I'm sorry, Annette, go ahead.
Okay, was Dean done? I'm sorry, I didn't want to. Dean, were you done?
Yes.
Okay. We'll cut these out and separate. I move that we repost Wooster, OSU Wooster, as a site attachment.
I'll second that.
You got a second?
John McNamara?
Yes. Want to call for the vote?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Keith? Annette?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Now, what about the Salem? What do you all want to?
Madam Chair?
Yes. And
Sally was looking that up. Well, I think if we do it this way, it doesn't matter if it's on the same PGA. I move that we subcontract out Kent State Salem to a third-party vendor.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second. You got that, Chris?
John seconded.
Or Dean.
Dean. I was too busy typing.
Chris, I'm trying to keep everybody's voice straight. What's up?
Dean seconded.
Okay, we call for a vote,
Too busy.
and you know what, I'm forgetting if there's any other further discussion, but we call for a vote. Keith? Annette?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I move that the Hawking Dental School, that we remove our equipment from that facility and waive that opportunity for the future, for now.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
John seconded.
Equipment
Waive the opportunity to remove
from,
equipment.
away the opportunity.
Madam Chair, I'm withdrawing my motion on that one. I have a question for her.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Would that be, and I'm gonna ask, Madam Chair, has that been looked at for a third party as well?
No, not that I know of. I don't know.
And
of
then,
either. Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to ask, when we third party these, we do provide the equipment, is that correct?
Madam Chair, no.
Okay, they provide their own equipment?
Yes.
Well, then my motion would be that we ask if that is, hold on, I'm not gonna make a motion, I'm gonna rethink it for a second.
I like your first one.
You like
I did too,
get rid
actually.
of it?
Yes.
Yeah, get
Well, I
rid of
was
it.
wondering if we
Yes.
could, if it was worth keeping
No.
under a third
You
party.
got 7 machines. Get them
Okay.
out of there.
All right, Madam
No,
Chair,
it's
then I will move that we terminate our Bureau grantor agreement with Hocking College Dental, is that what it's called?
Yes.
And that's it.
And we had a second, didn't we?
John?
John
Yes.
seconded?
Okay,
Okay, we're gonna
sorry
call.
for the confusion.
Okay, call for the vote. And Keith, you said Keith? And Annette?
Yes,
Frank?
I don't, so let me just ask one question real fast. My assumption is there's no sales or very low sales at this site?
Very low.
Okay. Well then, yeah, I guess yes.
7 machines for very little.
We got, Dean,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
and I guess I'll abstain, because it's my attachment. But I say yes.
You say yay. You didn't say yes. You said yay.
I think that the ODOT one, if you got, I mean, I know we have to continue because it's ODOT, but we consider reposting that in the future or something.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We can just pull out and tell them that they are able to contact a third-party vendor of their own.
Okay. I'm fine.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I move that we no longer serve the Perry ODOT garage, and let the grantor know that we're gonna remove our equipment
Okay.
and no longer serve that facility.
Now, I do have a question on that though. You know, they are part of that headquarters that that I service, and I am continuing to service the headquarters. Is that going to be an issue?
No.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dave.
Just on a silly question.
Yes.
Have we ever had a no-doc garage that generated any money?
Yeah, really.
How do these deals keep happening?
No, and it's, it's a problem.
That's the Steve Moore legacy right there, baby.
So do we have a second for this motion, Perry County?
No, I don't think.
No,
Madam Chair.
no one seconded it yet.
Oh,
Frank did.
Frank seconded.
Frank did,
it.
okay.
We're gonna
I didn't
call-
hear one. That's
We're gonna call for a vote. Keith,
Yes.
Annette.
Yes.
Frank,
yes.
John,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Well, I'm abstaining. I'm abstaining because it's my location. Is that all for our attachment and postings? Is there something we addressed all of those?
Madam Chair, I do not have anything else. I don't know if Borbell does.
Okay.
I do not.
All right, great.
Go.
guys, I keep my fingers busy.
You are
I
not
know.
money, Chris.
Sharonville Post Office is, am I skipping something? Sharonville Post Office?
We can go to that. Madam Chair,
Yes.
Frank, I'm not sure, Frank was present during our meeting with the grantor at the Sharonville Post Office. Frank, I'm not sure if you want to.
I can take it if you want, then we can let you and Christie add what, if I missed something or overlooked something. So on Wednesday, there was a grantor meeting at the Sharonville Post Office concerning Facility 466, which is Sabrina Hawkins' facility. I did attend that meeting with Christie, Orville, and Tanya, the program manager, area manager, and the business consultant. The meeting, the meeting was, and Orville began the discussion. When we got into the meeting, he began the discussion by telling them that they were in breach or not in compliance with the permit. And I had heard prior to that, Orville had told me that Christie had talked to Terry and he was asking what was in the permit. She told him, it was from 2002, it still had hot food. Terry was like, yeah, you're gonna have a problem. So anyway, when Orville told them they were not in compliance with the permit, and that there was a major lack of communication that they didn't tell us about or communicate with the program about the microwaves and the condiment stands and things like that. And that's exactly where they went, kind of to the hot food. They weren't necessarily demanding hot food, but they were saying, well, it's in there, but we don't know that there's a need for it. There were some other concerning things that came out of this meeting, though, that I think probably bugged me, Christie, and Orville. One of the things they brought up in the meeting was, they said, well, because the original permit date was 2002, I believe. And one of the things they brought up is, well, in 2002, we had 1,100 people in these buildings, and now there's only like 500. And their question was, and their implication, what they implied was, well, we only really need one vendor out here. And Christie did push back. Christie's like, well, yeah, but we can't just, remove somebody or do anything like that. We have to follow our administrative rules, and we're not allowed, which we're not. And they kept pushing that they only want one vendor, or they would like to only have one vendor. That, I think, should concern all of us.
Yeah.
I don't think a grantor should be, dictating, how many facilities we have. Can they have input? They can have input, but I believe the ultimate site suitability and site determination comes down to our program. And so that concerns me. I will tell everybody, just for the record, the operators run their businesses a little, maybe a little differently. Maybe a little differently is or maybe a lot different, but they're allowed to do that. One of the things I can say is my belief that Sabrina does business either with Pepsi and Coke, and while the other vendor out there and I believe Sabrina sells 20 ounce bottles, and the other vendor sells 16.9 ounce bottles of Coke and Pepsi and things like that, and has an account set up with Kroger's and does tax exempt with them and shops for deals and things like that. And I don't know that. I think Sabrina probably runs her facility more the traditional way, order from Pepsi, order from Coke, or at least order from a supplier where she's going to pay more money, but therefore she's going to have to charge more. So there are some price differences out there as well between the two operators. One thing I overheard, and don't know if I had a chance to, I think I may have shared it with Orville and Christy and Tanya in the car. Orville had went to talk to the other vendor out there just to say hello and things like that. And I was sitting at a table and I heard a customer come in and sat down and they said, "This is ridiculous. I have to walk 2 miles to get a bag of chips." Because of the investigation going on out there. That was the other big thing. Orville and Christy both inquired about this investigation. When would it end? And they pushed back and said, well, we don't know, but they also asked the question, which was very valid, will things go back to normal when the investigation ends? And the answer was unknown. So this whole situation out there is not a good situation, I don't think, for either operator. And the way it's laid out, and they kept telling us, well, there are room for her microwave in the cafeteria. The problem with that is the other operators' vending machines are in the cafeteria. There is no hot food out there right now, but the other operators' machines are in what used to be the cafeteria. So I don't know what to say. It's a really bad problem. It's especially frustrating, I know, for Sabrina.
It is.
And I think they made pretty clear to us in the meeting on Wednesday, they're not putting the microwaves back. And the other thing they made blisteringly clear is when employees enter that building, they have to go in through the locker room, they have to put their personal belongings, their coats, jackets, hoodies, whatever it happens to be, cell phone, purses, duffel bag, all have to go in their lockers. And then that, there's no eating allowed of chips or anything on the work floor. And I think Christy or Orville, maybe both of them, seen somebody, and with the Granter contact that we were walking through with, actually seen somebody eating on the work floor and got dressed down pretty bad. So the whole thing out there is, it's not a good situation, and I'm gonna stop talking now and see if Orville and Christy have some additional information to add that maybe I overlooked.
Madam Chair, Frank pretty much covered a lot of it. I did tell Ms. Hawkins that, even at the beginning, that's, letting the post office know what they're in breach of. It can open up some things. I will like to say that in the permit and attachment G, it does state that there are 2 blind operators in that facility, but it also notes that the pricing should be consistent throughout both operators. And one operator is selling water at 75 cents and the other operator is not. And if they get wind of this, that worries me. The other thing that I would mention is that during that meeting, there was a regional manager there on the call, and he's housed here in Columbus at Twin Rivers, and he spoke about the poor customer service that is there. So I think that we just need to let this go in a way, because we're bringing a lot of attention to us. The other thing is Ms. Hawkins had given my contact information to the president of the union at the post office. And I mean, even with that, I'm not sure what I could say, but that's concerning. But I'm not sure, again, what other comments people may have. They're not asking for the vending to be removed. They said the vending can stay. It's just that people cannot consume the product in the work floor area.
I do have a question.
Yes.
So she gave your information to the union rep. So the union rep must have wanted it for some reason. What was the reason? I mean, do you know?
Madam Chair, it was the president of their union. She took it as if we were the one telling the post office that we wanted the vending machines and stuff like that to be removed. And I told her, no. She did tell me that the post office was planning for our meeting. They treated us like royalty. They swept the floor, touched up on the paint and stuff like that. The post office was pretty much keeping them away from crossing paths with Christy and I, which I thought was, again, interesting.
Yes.
But I don't know, what to do about this whole union thing. They got other things going on that we can't touch.
Right.
Madam Chair.
Was that Dave?
Yeah, but that's okay,
Chris.
I just wanted, I asked this question at a prior meeting of Ms. Hawkins specifically, but from monthly operating report results, Amy, can we get a picture of the impact on Ms. Hawkins' facility financially? Maybe comparing same month last year, and I believe this issue started in June. So if we could maybe look at like June, July, August MORs to see what kind of percentage change in sales is.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Chris, I can share that information.
Okay.
It will not provide you a clear picture.
Okay. Okay. Is she down? It's in the initial conversation. It sounded like she might have been down 10% in sales.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Chrissy, I know you want to add to that. So Sabrina Hawkins, she had did us a favor and sent us, her sales report and stuff like that. And I would like to say that she, even herself, she noted certain things in there. Like for January of this year, she added a note: workers retired in January. She did also make a note that there was more workers in 2024 than there were in 2025. In February, she said that reported that her sales were down 8.45%, but she left a note: ongoing workers leaving due to bank mail issues. For March, she said that sales were down 12%. Her note: on average, workers leaving due to bank mail issues. So she's not saying, well, I'm not looking at this as, I'm losing money because my microwaves are limited, because people are not purchasing frozen items to microwave. I'm not seeing that. And like I told Ms. Hawkins, you're still making a pretty decent amount of money. Like she, on average, I would say gross about $10,000 in gross sales. I just don't see that the microwaves affected her sales. I think with people going into retirement, people being terminated due to the mail theft issue, I think that's what's affecting her sales. And we,
I'm going to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I was originally, wait, no, I just.
I'm sorry, Dave, go ahead.
Does she track her sales per machine? Is there any way we can learn what the sales on that particular frozen machine was?
Madam Chair, I did ask Sabrina if she can get with Cantaloupe to, send us that. She is struggling, with that. But yes, Dave, I did ask for that. That way you can help us.
Also.
Tell her to call me, I'll help her.
Okay.
Also, as far as them violating the permit given by removing the microwave, is the thinking we don't want to push that because they're going to push for hot food in the cafeteria?
Madam Chair, Dave, we did bring up the breach. I wasn't thinking that they would clap back with the hot food. But when I asked is there a need, they didn't answer that. But I think if they look more into this permit and then they start telling us we are in breach of, I think that can just bring more problems.
Well, do we have any kind of, if we absolutely had to, do we have any options like food or something for a place like that where we wouldn't want to provide a full service cafeteria, obviously, but.
No.
Madam Chair, that's, I'm not sure if we have that at any post office, but that's something
Would they even
that.
be able to get in there?
Right, Madam Chair, and that's something that I could, bring to, the grantor, but, even if they say yes, to Sharonville, and they just like, oh, this is working out, you know, now we want this at every post office. Will Kurt Lemaster here in Columbus, you know, want food to be in there?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dave.
I just don't think it, I was just trying to think of a way we could be prepared in case we ran into that, but I don't think it sets a good precedent if we just let go of them being in violation of the permit.
Was there somebody else, Chris?
I just wanted to say, you know, I respect administration's caution with opening too many cans of worms where we're exposed to the provisions of an outdated Bureau grantor agreement permit. Because the fact is, I had a call that I received personally from a lady who identified herself as a regional manager in Columbus on around August 25th, asking about our contract. And I put her in touch with Mr. Sharp, who emailed her the permit. But so I'm expecting that we're under some scrutiny right now. And I believe that we, as in all of our federal relationships, we know that the current administration in Washington and those people who work under them are making a lot of changes, and the lean of things is not necessarily supportive of people in disadvantaged situations, such as those of us who are legally blind. Therefore, I appreciate the caution, and I believe, you know, we might have to just swallow hard and accept some of these changes rather than suffer further degradation of our opportunities in these federal locations. I pass.
I do have a question. Yes.
You know, I think part of the issue too that is going against us right now, and why I asked as well, is that there's a huge criminal investigation continuing, and that's part of the problem. So if we were to, you know, state in writing, you are going against the permit, I think their response is, but we have just cause because we are working on indictments. I mean, they use those words, criminal investigation. And, you know, my first question, when is this going to be over? And, you know, the post offices, I'm sure Mike can attest to this too, like, they do, like, people, the turnover, they change, you know, I'm hoping that this just kind of, they finish this up, and then we can, if there wasn't an investigation going on, I think we would have more of a standing to say, you need to put those microwaves back. It's in the permit, and until the permit changes, you need to put them back. But, as Carrie Smith said, then they can come back and say, well, you need to offer us hot food. So, it's a lot right now. And, you know, one of the things that I think that Tanya and Orville are working on too, we have 2 operators down there, and they don't really talk. It would be helpful if they, you know, talked. You know, one of them in the cafeteria that has the vending is selling stuff that, you know, should be selling stuff that is microwavable, where he has the microwaves, and she's selling the microwavable stuff, and, you know, frozen food and ice cream, which I think is popular, but then they have to walk a half a mile. And so, you know, I just wish that they could talk and she could make more money on certain things and he could focus on the other, but they're independent business owners, I get it. You know, I think that if either of them were to leave, I think we would need to have a conversation as a group on, you know, does it make sense to have 2? You know, they said that, again, the numbers have gone from 1,100 to 500. I'll be honest, I don't know if I completely believe that. Plus, we all know that the post offices in, you know, October to December add temporary workers, sometimes a couple hundred. It's a massive, massive facility.
I did. Go ahead, Frank, but then I'm going to go next.
Dave.
Oh, Dave, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
I'll go and then you'll let him. Madam Chair, I wanted to add something that Chris David said during the meeting to the Grainer contact we were meeting with, because she made the point that the machines that are still, the vending machines are still on the work floor. Now, she didn't say, well, actually, she made this after the meeting. I think she said this to away from the grader. But what she said was, she hopes they don't pull those vending machines from the work floor, because that would hurt Sabrina's situation even more than losing the microwaves.
Absolutely.
But she did make the point, the grantor had asked us at one point in that meeting, is there justification, do you guys even really need 2 vendors here? And are these facilities supporting themselves? And I believe Tanya answered that and said, well, Sabrina did over $100,000 in sales last year, and I think the other vendor did, and I'm doing this from memory, so I could be wrong, around 92 or 93,000. I want to say 92,000.
No, they don't need 2 operators.
Anyway, my point is, but they made crystal clear to us that, yeah, those machines are still on the work floor and they can buy from them. Now, is there plans to move them? They didn't say. But people can still buy product from them, at least from Sabrina's area, but they just can't eat a candy bar or chip or anything in that area. They have to walk to the cafeteria, however long of a distance that is.
There's no break rooms other than the cafeteria?
Madam Chair, they used to have like a microwave in a room, I guess, where people could go in kind of just off the work floor and kind of eat something real quick and then go back to work or take a break for 15 minutes or whatever, if it was lunch or whatever. But they will not allow them to do that anymore. Everything has to be consumed in the cafeteria now, which is basically a giant break room. Oh, and I wanted to add one other thing. Because Christy, Sabrina has a frozen machine and the other vendor out there has a cold food machine, because when I was standing there talking to the vendor, somebody came up and wanted some change from me. He was like, I want to use your vending machine, I want to buy some White Castles. So anyway, but the way the post office was pushing, only wanting 1 vendor, and that's the other concern I have is, only wanting 1 vendor. And I don't know this, I'm only speculating, but I think my default position on this is, of course, they're gonna want the vendor who doesn't charge as much as the other.
Exactly.
But they're allowed to run their businesses in their own way. So, and I think Dave had something.
Dave?
Madam Chair, I was just gonna, maybe there's I don't know how far away the cafeteria space is from Sabrina's frozen machine, but I guess both operators would probably have to agree, but maybe there's some kind of compromise to be had here where her frozen machine could go, and since he doesn't have a frozen machine, maybe the frozen machine could go in the cafeteria space so that they could both benefit from the microwaves that are there. And they could even add her microwaves there.
That's a thought. I would like to say, the other operator there, I've talked to Sabrina several times, and it is very hard to compete, especially with this current issue because he is extremely underselling everything, and she, like Christina said, and it's like night and day on some of the stuff. So I think at some point, like Christy said, if one were to leave, somebody, we might have to look at, looking at, readjusting what we have there and all that. But is there any plans to update our permit with these things?
Oh, the post office wants that, Madam Chair. They pretty demand, they almost basically demanded, they want to do a permit sooner rather than later.
To update the permits.
Well, that's good.
All right. Madam Chair, you want to hear anything else on the agenda? You skipped about 3 things.
I know, I realize that, and I'm sorry. We're gonna go back to the site assessment. That's the first?
Site assessment form, yeah.
The site assessment form.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Before we talk about that, I think we all received that at afternoon yesterday. And I think since that's probably not a time-sensitive matter, that should be postponed until the next meeting. That's just my thinking anyway. Giving it to us at the last minute, I don't even know if all of you had a chance to look at it.
Did everyone get a chance to look at it? I read through it. I don't think we was gonna vote on anything. I think we were just gonna get an opinion.
We're just working for improvement for something that's going to
Just
give.
getting our opinion on it. I think if we can get Sally, everybody okay with just Sally reading it out and just getting our opinion and then?
Madam Chair, Chris,
Yeah.
did you want to talk about some of the updates that we
Okay.
did on there, or
Yeah.
I can, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be
Go
happy
ahead,
to
Chris.
speak to that. I need to bring up the email if I may, please. Essentially, the objective was to try to provide more information for better decision-making about where we place equipment and, you know, the kind of what the business expectation will be, you know, from a given situation. And, you know, very specifically, a lot of my interest in this topic was born out of the fact that we had problems with the recent Ohio Fire Academy install being substantially over-equipped. And that's really what we're trying to get away from is trying to, pardon me, I'm struggling with learning to use email on my iPad here. But the...
Or I can do it, Chris, if you're
Yeah,
able to pull it up.
I think I got it here now.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, that's all right.
I was jealous of you administrative folks who all have screens in front of you, and I didn't have the information, so I
brought my screen, but I'm still learning to use it. So, all right. So, Business Enterprise Program Initial Site Assessment Form. Obviously, it's asking for the identifying information in the front, top end with the contact and location and how we learned about that location, and so on. What we're really looking to do is add additional information about the building and its demographics. Essentially, not just asking how many people work at the site, but asking about seasonal populations, transient populations, and then very good input from Anne Marie. There was previously a question on there about available storage, and we expanded that section. Anne Marie suggested that we ask about the size, you know, the square footage available for any on-site storage, and then asking if there was any on-site deliveries were going to be permitted, whether there was a dock available, and shelving, those types of things, so we get a better picture of what kind of access we'd have. And Trent's familiar with this. I'll just use this as an example. Over there at the Department of the Highway Safety facility, there is a storeroom, but it's not really a storeroom where you're able to receive deliveries very effectively. You're not going to have your Vistar truck roll up on that place and bring in a pallet of product because it's right in the middle of the facility and it's a very secure property. There are you know, different locations. You know, the fact that there's storage doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to have the opportunity to receive deliveries there or that type of thing. So then on to services currently offered and competition is the next section of the form. And some of the places where we expanded questions there have to do with one of the situations we ran into, does the building give anything away free? And we asked for a little bit more information about any employee benefit fundraisers and that type of thing. Any honor bars, you know, the honor boxes, you know, ongoing employee fundraisers. So those types of things, you know, trying to find out, you know, what kind of situations exist in the current scenario that would impact the quality of the business opportunity. And then there's a section that was for the consultant to fill in regarding the proposed facility, you know, like what the estimate of equipment was needed and so forth, and suggested merchandise, estimated sales, and you know, not always are those going to be filled out. I mean, I think it's very difficult for a specialist to necessarily estimate sales potential, especially if you don't have any information from a prior business, you know, service provider. But one of the most important sections, I believe, and this was after talking with Mark and Missy about this question, was the local OVRC representative and alternate able to share or receive information as a result of these site assessments? Because what I know is, what Mark and Missy told me regarding to the OFA was that, yeah, they were told that we're going to put 6 machines out at the Ohio Fire Academy. It's going to be 3 drink machines, 3 snack machines, but not much else about the details of the scenario. And in that environment, there's a cafeteria, there's a beverage fountain at the cafeteria, they give them free water throughout the day, they have refrigerators in their dorm rooms and so forth. A lot of those kind of scenario or circumstances impact the quality of the business opportunity. And perhaps if they had become aware of that from better questions at the front end, maybe some better decisions could have been made about the types of equipment being installed. And I don't mean to over-focus this on that particular scenario, but we were talking earlier today about other locations where we've got way too much money tied up in equipment that doesn't generate much in the way of a remunerative return to operators in terms of helping an operator make a living on a wise equipment placement. And so that's what we're trying to get to with this site assessment form, is to put people in a position where they're going to make good money when we establish sites. Make a return justified with the amount of labor and product invested. I pass.
Anyone else has any comments or suggestions on this form? Yes, Dave?
It looks pretty thorough.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And I just ask, don't hesitate if you think of something else that should be added or reworded. We're open to that, so this can just be an ongoing living document.
Yeah.
I thought it asked a lot of really good questions and everything. It looks good.
Good job, Chris.
Madam Chair, Tanya Koo.
Yes, Tanya.
I just actually did a site assessment yesterday, and I used the form, and I typed it up this morning and sent it to Frank and Dave, and I put in there that it was the form that, that it's pretty much just a draft. If they want me to do it on the old form, that's fine. But the one question I would ask, if it can be added at the bottom where it says proposed, recommended, whatever, can you make it clear if you want the operators, the OVRC people to fill that out, or the consultant? I didn't see any distinction, so that's why I'm asking.
Well, currently that section, Tanya, precedes the OVRC input. So we are relying, on the consultants to maybe make some additional recommendations based on their experience. However, we're opening the door for the experienced operators that are the local representatives to kind of check those initial impressions and maybe say.
Is there a way, Madam Chair, is there a way that maybe just put a heading there, completed by, because I think there might have been a couple places where I know that the consultant would fill out, but then there's a section, there's a line item, I think, and I have to go back and look at it, that would be something that the operators would mention. So I think that part just to be, I would like if it would just be clear of who would be entering the information in which section.
Well,
maybe something real simple.
And Tanya, I appreciate what you're saying there. It was my perception that it would be the specialist completing all of the form, and what they would record in that last section on OVRC input would be the results of conversations with the local OVRC where they shared the results. I don't think we're necessarily planning on more than one person putting information into the document, but perhaps, okay, you emailed it to Dave, you emailed it to Frank, and they replied and said, I'm a little concerned that we're going to place a BevMax in this situation when we've only got 50 people in the building. Perhaps I would suggest that a Vendo 10 Select drop machine would be a better choice. And not accusing any specialists of wanting to put bevmaxes in 50-person buildings, but we know it's happened. And then hoping that the specialist is going to put that feedback on the form, add that feedback to the form. That's kind of the way I envisioned it happening.
But,
Madam Chair,
yes, go ahead, Dave.
I just checked email and I got Tanya's form, but it's an Excel document. I would assume this would be on a Word document going forward.
Yeah, it is.
It was created
It
in Word.
is.
Yeah.
It's created in
Madam
Word.
Chair, it is, but the tables wouldn't work very well. It wasn't very, I would type stuff in the Scott's Word should be typed in, but when I went back, it wasn't there. So I just put it on an Excel to be able to read what the columns were and that it would give me a column, because it was a table. And
Can I
it just
ask?
wasn't very clear with JAWS.
Can I ask the accessibility familiar people in the room? Are fillable PDFs workable with screen access technology?
Not very well. Nope, they come and go, but.
Dave.
I mean, if the problem is accessibility to the Word document, we can work on that internally.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And I would like to say, I don't see why we just can't put, at the end of that, for that title, just put consultant, for the consultant's opinion just to add that in that, for that line that Tanya asked for. I don't think that should be, just
Well-
makes it clearer. I mean, that's what we're shooting
Sure.
for, to be clear and specific about this, so we get the best picture as possible. Those of us are the locals, and then, also the consultants, since they're the ones, boots on the ground doing the
But
But Madam Chair,
site assessments. Yes,
it is
Dave.
going to be a Word document, right?
yes, yes. It just Tanya had some accessibility issues,
Okay.
and she did what she could
And I'll-
to get that. Yes, Amy.
Oh, so usually in the fillable forms in a Word document, when it was sent out, it wasn't locked, so to speak, so that you could make edits and changes. When you make the fillable form, you do place those boxes and you can do like a help text that will work with JAWS, but it has to be locked so you can edit those boxes. And since it wasn't, I don't think JAWS was picking up, it was reading the entire document instead.
Right.
Right.
Usually when you lock it for a fillable form, it's much better for a screen reader because it's only reading what they need to enter versus the entirety of the
Only
document.
let your cursor go where you can type.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's
Then
that's.
you can't change the form.
All right. And I want to say I'm grateful to Sally. We brought this topic up last month. We had a meeting in the interim. We came back with a draft. That's light speed for this committee.
I was looking to say, I'm impressed.
So Sally, thank you for making time on your calendar, and I'm glad we were able to make some progress, and I'm glad this committee appreciates the progress I've had.
Well, do you all want to break for lunch, or y'all want to go hit one more then?
You got
What's that?
side attachments or
Side
variance report? Those are the next
We're
two.
gonna do side attachments. I'm sure the variance thing is going to be
That'll be
a bit of a
interesting, yeah.
conversation.
Yeah.
Side attachments, and I'm not sure what did we put this on for?
Madam Chair, I think we put it on because I wasn't fully sure on all of the sites that I was going to talk about, but I don't think we need to discuss any additional site attachments unless Sally or Christie has something.
Oh, the draft that you sent me, that's why we put this on, that's what you're talking about? The draft of side attachment?
Have you looked over
I
that?
did
Policy.
look it over, and we had a bit of a conversation. Do you have that with you or to share? Or?
I haven't made my edits yet.
Okay.
And I know Johnny Mack is still going to send the one that he started. Yeah,
And I gotta.
we can
talk.
table it.
Okay. We're
So-
gonna table that, because we wanna share it and get some ideas on that. Yes?
So am I to understand then that what you're saying is that you as the chair, Orville as one of the administrative staff, and John, as a member of the committee, are submitting some suggestions for revisions to our site attachment policy.
Madam Chair?
Yes, John?
To answer your question, Chris, a few meetings ago, maybe 6 months, we have a standard application to apply for the facility. We want a standard application to apply for the second time.
Sure, right.
And that's, we're just looking at a
Standardized
standard
thing,
application.
right.
That's all.
Rather than open-ended questions.
Right, exactly, yeah.
And that's why we want to get it where we can share, it, just like you just did your site assessment form, share it with the committee if ever.
And Madam Chair, I
yes,
can
horrible.
send that out to the
I
full
think that's a
committee.
good idea.
You've got 11:32 right now.
Okay, I think the variance thing, we need to wait for after lunch.
You would have, you could do statewide Mohican bylaws.
Let's do statewide.
Madam Chair, I think Lindsay and Annette.
Okay.
Annette can talk about it.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we went Mohican, and I thought it was pretty good, I'll be honest with you. It was a nice facility. I love the patio. They had a good spot there. I thought it seemed a little more updated than the Deer Creek facility. The restaurant, they assured us about, we talked about our concerns with the food. Of course, they assured us that, they would deal with that, and have plenty of wait staff there. There are more options close by than there were at Deer Creek. I guess like 4 or 5 minutes away, there's several other options for those who do have transportation and would want to go somewhere else. The menu is very similar to the menu that was at Deer Creek. The rooms, if I had any concern at all, the rooms are kind of spread out. Our main room is on the lower level, then our breakouts are on the upper level, but very doable. I thought it was a nice place, nice facility. My recommendation is that we would go there.
I have a question. You all did go into the actual rooms where, the
Yes.
actual rooms?
Yes,
Those are
ma'am.
pretty similar as well as,
They were, it was definitely large enough. The main room where we would all gather together was definitely large enough.
no, I was talking about our rooms where we would be staying.
Oh, sleeping?
Sleep room.
Oh, yeah, we did see a couple of those too.
Okay.
And they said they're all remodeled. I don't think they have all the options that Deer Creek had, like, for example, I know some of us had rooms, they had like bunk beds in them and, made for kids and stuff. I think these are more your traditional hotel rooms. But the ones we saw, well, the one we started to go in, but then the one we actually did go into, they were nice.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Keith?
I want to ask Annette again this year, how do you get on the statewide committee?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
There is no statewide committee yet. At the last meeting, when we talked about doing a visit, right now we are not doing work groups until we figure out about doing them in, whether we're gonna do them virtually, and hopefully we do that later in the day. But if you establish a work group, you will establish a chairperson, and then other people can just join at it and tell the chairperson they're interested. But at the last meeting, when we talked about a visit to Mohican, I just volunteered to go along.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dave?
How many hotels have been considered, like downtown Columbus hotels?
Madam Chair.
Which one? Christy, Lindsay?
So, our choice is to do an RFP for hotels. We don't just go and choose it. The procurement is that we have to do an RFP, and we have to take request for proposal, and then we work and we put a proposal together. And whatever is the lowest cost is what is chosen for us. There were 2 options that are on state term contract, one being the state parks The other being Dury Inn, which we did go and see a couple of those Dury Inns last year, and they're too
Dury Inn.
small for our group. So, again, I have no problem with an RFP, but there's like 3 people that are against the state parks, and the majority of the people want to do the state parks. There was a survey where it overwhelmingly said the state parks. So,
Madam Chair,
Yes, Julie?
some of us didn't get that survey. I think a couple people said that they didn't, I did not get that survey as well. But my only problem with it is, and we do not have to have a statewide, food show. But it's easier for me to get them at Deer Creek because they're close to Columbus and all the Grove City and all of that. So it's easier. What about our speakers? Are we gonna be able to get speakers to come that far out?
Madam Chair, I think so. It's,
Yes.
you know, right now, it's 1 hour north. Deer Creek's like 1 hour south of Columbus.
Not even
You know, and Ned has brought this up too, like the people coming from Toledo and Cleveland for all of these years. I think that, you know, this, for once, we're going closer towards them.
Where exactly is this?
1 second.
At?
Yes.
Deer Creek, it's near, it's south of Mansfield.
Mohegan.
Lindsay.
It's off of 71 north.
Lindsay.
Yeah, it's about, I don't know, 15 minutes away from Belleville, your Dutchman, that's where we went to lunch that day. So, I mean, it was close, there are 2 different towns, like, I think one's 4 miles, one's 5 miles, so, you know, that could be 10 minutes, either way. But it's definitely not in the boonies like Deer Creek is. Deer Creek, I mean, you go through the smallest town in the world to get to, you're not on major highways. We were right off, 71? I don't know highways. So I think it's honestly a lot better to get to it. Once you do get off 71, it was a beautiful tree-filled drive, so that is kind of boony-ish, I guess, if you want to call it that. But I mean, I think it's a lot more options around to get to. But yeah, like Annette said, we did talk about all the issues that we had last year. So she had a couple recommendations that we wanted to talk to you guys about. So obviously dinner was not okay last year. And she was very upset with that. She does not understand why they didn't just hire people when they knew months in advance we were coming. So that was, I mean, Deer Creek super messed up on that aspect. But she's aware of the issues that we had. She's going to make sure that's not happening, and then I'm obviously going to talk to the person there about all the issues that we had as well. But one of the things she suggested was we could do a buffet for the dinner portion where you all would have to pay on your own. But that is an option if some people wanted to do it. We could get a survey out to see what the interest would look like, because obviously they don't want to do a buffet and then only have like 2 people doing it. That would be a lot of food waste for them. Or, you know, however they want to work it, they said they could hire, or, you know, make sure everyone is working that night. So whatever we have to do, I also talked to them about how there was only 1 bartender. So they were going to, you know, see about staffing that appropriately as well. The room was a little bit different. Last time it was wide and long. This one is more just long. It's not as wide. We will have to do banquet tables, which half the people last year wanted banquets, half of them wanted classrooms. So I thought maybe we could split the difference, do classroom 1 year, banquet the next, and then keep kind of piggybacking it, so that everyone's happy. We also talked about Hocking Hills for 2027, because she said if we do that, we will have to get in there, you know, get a contract and all that stuff signed pretty quickly. I know Hocking Hills was the state park that everyone wanted to go to, but, you know, getting in 2026 is not a possibility. Yeah, so what's your guys' thoughts?
I got I got a suggestion, because I did get a few, some concerns about getting there. We also talked about, remember Lindsay, about, this is early enough where we wanted to maybe see if we can get some vehicles together to get people there. You know, maybe people getting together, renting a van or something, and getting a driver to, you know, to accommodate people coming from different areas. I think we can come up with all kind of ideas. I wouldn't want to see people not come. We're moving it around now. I mean, everybody complained for years, it's always in Columbus, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we're moving it around now. And I think we can kind of make our statewide look a little different as well. While we're doing this, while we're taking advantage of these beautiful parks, you know, let's put our thinking caps on and think out of the box on how to make our statewide better and you know, and incorporate some new things. I know we do the food show and we do all this other stuff, but let's look at how we, you know, get to 2025 and update some of the things that we do. As far as how we look at the food show, how we look at, you know, there's some things that we can discuss, so.
Madam Chair, we do
Yes.
not have to do the food show.
Now, well, I think that.
It's beautiful out there, we should be out walking.
Well, Julie, I thought maybe using some of the, and this is just my thought, using some of the things that we get from the food show, maybe do bingo and make prizes and, you know, some of the stuff that the companies donate, but I think, I don't want to do away with it. I just thinking that maybe we can think of other ideas on how to take advantage of the space.
Madam Chair, I will
Yes,
say that the
Christie.
space that we identified that would be for the food show, again, was so much better than last year.
Oh, great.
Mhm. Okay.
Great. And our breakout sessions, because I hate
Yeah.
us just, what, are we able to maybe not be standing around with that?
Yes,
Okay.
Madam Chair, I would like to not have, how last year, how we had two different breakout sessions, it seemed like nobody used the second one. So maybe we just scrap that and we can make the like routes thing longer if we want to do that, which also is what I want to use the breakout rooms for. Annette had a great idea of having the Kennellys in one, and then maybe colleges and universities in another room, and then, you know, so we could have, you know, a lot of more communicating, because I know last year was kind of, people were just kind of sitting around trying to chat, but not able to get in.
Yeah.
So this way might be better if we do things like that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Annette.
Yeah, rest area, as I said, that needs to be a separate area, because we didn't have enough seats, we didn't have enough, any of that stuff. And so have the bigger groups maybe go to the other rooms and keep the little groups all in one. So where they can spread out. I really thought it was doing, like Julie said about getting outside. I mean, this place had an awesome patio. And it had, you know, fire pits, you know, if it don't pour rain on us like it did last year.
Oh, my goodness. And it was cold.
I think if the weather's nice, I think we have a really good time. I think there could be a lot of camaraderie, and, easy for me to say. And I think folks would have, I mean, last year we had folks playing cards.
Yep.
We had a lot of stuff going on. I think that we weren't able to do in the past in the formality of a hotel. This was very informal, and I think a lot of people really liked it.
And I would like to see us do more things where we're doing it together, communicating and talking and meeting one another, instead of, you know, everybody just going about their merry way or whatever. I mean, I'm sure you can, but I'm just saying I'd like to see more joint activities even after. Yes.
Well, some of us will work on bringing some, you know, more Braille cards,
Yep.
maybe some Uno cards, and some people can play, or if you want to get a fire going, if it's nice out, or, you know, I think there's a lot of opportunity here that we would not have in a standard hotel. Because, like, you know, we pretty well ran the place there last year. There was a gift shop like there was at the other. It's a little smaller than the other one, but they had all the necessities, you know, drinks and snacks and all that type of stuff there. I don't remember, did they have ice cream? I don't know if they had ice cream.
I don't know if they did. I didn't see it, but we didn't go in.
Yeah, we didn't go in there, but peeking in them.
Yeah.
They had, for those who have kids or themselves, if they could see it, they had a full arcade. They did have an indoor pool, a sauna. You know, so there was a lot of opportunity there. I'm gonna do it, Madam Chair, I recommend that we hold our 2026 statewide at Mohican State Park.
Do we have
Chair,
yes,
aren't we
Dave?
supposed to have a committee, a subcommittee or work group for that? Instead of it already being decided for us?
Madam Chair,
Yes, and
it's not being decided, we're deciding now as a full committee.
yeah,
Madam Chair,
yes, Chris.
Chris, I was doing a little Google mapping, and I just believe that we have to be completely accurate about distances involved here. And if I use the center of the city, I'm using the Rhodes Tower address because I happen to be familiar with it at Broad and High, the drive time to Deer Creek is 42 minutes, and the drive time to Mohican is 1 hour and 16 minutes. So it's about a half an hour further drive if you live in the center. Just Broad and High is pretty darn close to the center of the state. For most people's trips. So
$90 by Uber.
pardon me?
It'll be $90 by Uber each way.
Okay, for Deer Creek or for Mohican?
No, Deer Creek's only 45 last
Okay,
year.
so, yeah, so, now, and I do believe that we can find, people willing to haul folks. I mean, we did some of that last year, and I'm sure we would do it again next year, but beyond that, though, we've got to think about participation from, vendors, those, whether it be food show or no food show, our presenters and so forth. We've got to be realistic about that. And, I recognize there were concerns and valid concerns about the food service, and we talked about other ways to deal with that. But it is at least a half an hour closer from Broad and High to go to Deer Creek versus Mohican. I pass.
Okay. Again, we're kind of spinning our wheels here. I think that we had a complaint about folks complaining that they had to come the south to Columbus or whatever from different areas. I know change is hard, but what's wrong with us moving this around a little bit and trying it out? I mean, I think I think Deer Creek was nice. I'm thinking that we can do this as far as come up with ways where we can get carpooling as far as not just vehicle. Maybe we can get some of us together and rent a 12-passenger or vehicle or whatever, and pick up some people from different areas, meet somewhere where you can get everybody from your area, and I think it's doable. I think we can do this, and we're attacking it early. So I'm not sure that we, and it's just, and I'm speaking on somebody who has a driver or whatever, but I think that it's something that we get an opportunity to accommodate people from other areas this way, because Dean and them, they come down here all the time, but when they come, the people from the Cleveland area come down here all the time to different things that we have. And so, why not try to accommodate? This is a way for us to do it.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
If even if you do Uber, you could have 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 or 5 people carpooling an Uber too.
Yes. Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm just a little concerned with the area. It is still kind of a rural area in Mohican, and whether or not you're going to have Uber drivers that are willing to make that trip from, say, Columbus or Mansfield or whatever.
So I'm sure they'll go.
Yeah.
They'll go that far.
They don't care where they're going, they care about the money they get.
Yeah.
Wow.
We had a motion. Did we get a second on the motion?
Okay, what was the motion?
Annette made a motion.
Sorry.
Nobody seconded.
Was that a move? Was that a motion or was that just a
I made a
recommendation?
motion that we hold our 2026. Everyone needs to stop talking and.
Better.
We need a second on the
Chair.
motion.
I did make a motion that we hold the 2026 statewide meeting at Rose State Park.
I'll second it.
Was that Mark? Mark seconded. We're gonna call for the vote. Keith,
Yes.
Annette,
Yes.
Dean.
What's the vote? I'm sorry.
Mohegan.
Oh, he can say park.
We're coming closer to you, Dean.
Okay, yes.
John,
Hell yeah.
Mark,
Yeah.
and your vote.
Frank.
Frank, I'm sorry, Frank.
Oh, Frank left.
Okay.
Dave,
And,
Dave,
Yvette votes
Dave would
yes.
vote.
And you
Oh,
already.
Dave, I'm sorry, with Frank out of the room, it should have been Dave.
Yeah, exactly.
Dave, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna vote no.
Okay, Dave said no. Okay, we're going to break for lunch. What time we got, guys? What, 30 minutes?
No, 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
Wait a minute. I was messing with Keith over here because Keith like. Look, I know they beat you out. Okay, we got an hour. We're gonna meet back here. What is it?
Okay.
12:50. Call it 12:50 and they'll be here by 1.
Well, Orville said 1 o'clock, but we're gonna say 12:50.
Okay, 12:50.
12:50. Be back in the room. Madam Chair.
Yeah, that's what I just
Okay,
said.
okay. All right. Yeah, all right. The topic at hand is the variance information requests that we receive when an expense category exceeds 35% of the prior quarters in same quarter last fiscal year. Right now, what we're being asked to do is submit documentation of the expenses incurred in the recent report period. For example, I received a report requesting information for April through June, and so I need to compile all the receipts that are necessary to document those totals in that 3-month period in the identified categories. For some reason, I seem to be a frequent flyer on this thing, and I get 3 categories every quarter. And most recently, it was for stock invoices.
Yikes.
So that's $41,000 or so worth of stock invoices over the course of the quarter. I think that we had a prior policy of records review where staff were certainly within bounds to ask to see our receipts, but the amount of time that's required to photocopy or scan, photograph all these documents is a bit of a heavy lift. The last request I spent, myself and my wife, she's my administrative assistant, 2 hours, 4 man hours responding to these requests. And I have to say, I didn't even do all the $41,000 in stock receipts. I just gave them an Excel spreadsheet that listed all the amounts and invited the specialist to come to meet with me if he wanted to see the receipts. But this is getting to be a level of scrutiny which I believe is outsized for the program risk in terms of some sort of malfeasance on the part of an operator. So I understand that OBM, made some audit suggestions that the agency had a responsibility to verify our numbers, self-reported numbers. But I think that was more effectively and more appropriately done when the specialist just would visit with the operator and review the documents. That's where I'm going to leave the conversation and return to the chair.
You know, I've suffered through these. I'm probably on my fourth one. I don't know, I lost count. But I don't see the significance, and we had this discussion. I talked to Sally, I talked to Christy, and the Bureau has a current hearing on this. So, you know, I understand but I think that we got to partly put on, this was a suggestion from the OVRC, and the Bureau took it up, but I know that parts of it wasn't the OVRC's intention, but I think that we need to relook at this. The constant every 3 months, I guess about imagine what the consultants have to go through, the constant us having to do this. And some people haven't done it once. And then some of us is constantly getting hit with it. I don't see the value in it. I don't see that we're getting anywhere. And then it takes too much time. Once a year we used to, you know, I don't care, once a year looking at our records or something I think that's all that's necessary. If that's what we need to do. I mean, I think that if there's some other ideas, but this here is not it.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dave.
There is no value in it. There's no benefit to the program. It doesn't generate any additional service charge. We've all argued about this all ad nauseum, and I've been highly opposed to all of this since the end of 2017. And it's been going on for far too long. You know, it needs to stop. If there was value to the program, somebody could make a valid argument for it, but there is none. It costs us time and resources, you know, to compile all this stuff. And what happens to the information once we do? Nothing. It doesn't go any further than that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dean?
Okay, I'm gonna start off that this whole policy is a total invasion on us. And on our records, our business decisions, it's a total invasion. And one of the big things that I really wanted to get out to the committee for this meeting, but I'm gonna have to wait until the next meeting to get it all out, is the Sixth Circuit Court in Cincinnati has put out there an unbelievable decision, and it is definitely related to this policy. And I am finding things in this decision, definitely this program is taking away our constitutional rights and freedoms to be business people and make smart decisions and do the things we have to do. And everybody needs to read this decision that the Sixth Circuit has put out there.
Mr. Chair, could you send that a copy of that decision? You said next month, but
I could, yes.
Yeah. And anyone else got any comments they want to make on the variance reporting subject?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Frank.
I would just say that I believe this
Madam Chair.
situation is not, I think it hinders operators as independent business people to make really good business decisions. It can even put them in a position to where they could they almost need to make a bad business decision. For example, you know, one year you spend $1,000 on stock, and for whatever reason, the same month the next year, you don't need to spend $1,000. You only need to spend $500. But, and by the way, Chris Johnson isn't the only person who I've heard talk about the amount of time that this takes. Tom Darren has talked to me about it takes an inordinate amount of time, because you almost have to go back and dig out all your paperwork from the year before and then look at the paperwork from the current year. This just is not working. I'm going to even go a little bit farther and say that I think OBM requiring our management team to mandate that we do this is exceeding their authority. I believe that if OBM wants to which I would hope they would have better things to do. But I was gonna say, if they wanted to audit the business enterprise program all day, every day, that would be between them and management. Like I just said, I would hope and believe that they would have better things to do, so they shouldn't be doing that either. But I think they've put everybody in this situation with these quote-unquote, their recommendations, in a really bad position. So I guess we're gonna have to go through the hearing process and see what happens there and kind of go from there. But this is, it really is an issue, and it's becoming a bigger issue, and I'm hearing from more and more people, and I think other people are as well. So it's something that some way, somehow, we're going to eventually need to deal with.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Chris?
I would suggest to the elected representatives in the room that it may be of benefit to the grievance if this committee were to pass a motion in support of their grievance that the current variance audit process be terminated. I think that if somebody were to make a motion like that, that might serve the grievance effectively. And as much as we know that the agency has a responsibility to work in active participation with the elected committee.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Frank?
There was a motion passed, Chris, at the August 16, 2024 meeting. To
Right.
Discontinue this, and and I'm doing this from memory, so somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it wasn't accepted because it is in the grievance process, and the only thought I have on that was if it had been accepted.
Chris, did you get those minutes I sent you? Did you get those minutes I sent you?
I did.
Probably would have went away.
That would have been included.
But as I said earlier.
Yeah, I saw that.
think
I did read it, but I'm just suggesting that they reiterate because you got a different composed committee.
And I'm just gonna say this, guys, I think if they're gonna require this of blind people, then, meaning OVM, if they're gonna require this of blind and visually impaired individuals, then they need to be requiring it of Walmart and Kroger's and Coca-Cola and Pepsi and any other private sector companies that I can think of.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dave?
I just want to add that while OVM bears a significant portion of the blame, they don't share it all. The Bureau people did not go into this kicking and screaming. This was something they wanted just as much as OVM, if not more.
I do want to remind this committee that it was through a suggestion of the subcommittee that this 35% came up. And I just want to make sure that we are remembering our responsibility as far as when we suggest things to the Bureau, and that we don't want, because this here, like, I agree, it does not work, it does not achieve anything, even though the Bureau does have in our Bureau operator agreements and all that, we do have where they can look at our records, and I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is this is like, even though it's not an audit or whatever off the record, but it's like every time you turn around, every 3 months, you're being audited. And for the good news though, after this grievance, I did hear, I think the Bureau's kind of willing to look at, they know this is a problem and it's a headache. They're not able to speak on it right now, but I think that we can move forward to looking at other ways of doing it. But this is not working for anybody.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
With respect, if they were willing to do something about it, they already would have. And I was on that work group for this, and every single alternative that was proposed by that work group was refused on the basis of OPM supposedly, but it's not what they wanted.
Yes, Chris.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Two things. Concerning my suggestion that this committee reiterate its opposition to the current 35% variance policy, I would point out to the committee that this is a different composition of the committee than existed in 24 when that motion was carried in a 4-3 vote. And secondly, one of the big problems, and I think that, this will come out in the hearing, I'm sure, is the privacy invasion that's created when oftentimes the documents that are being requested include account numbers. Yeah, they include, a checking account number, a debit card number, a supplier account number, which is, if we were to take the time, and you're talking about a visually impaired person finding one number on a 8.5 by 11 page document, or maybe it's even worse, it's going to be one of those little heat printed receipts, and that are like gray on off-white, and you can't hardly read it in the first place. A lot of that stuff is hard to find on the receipt, and then blacken it out before you send the documentation. That's just part of what creates the workload. And then also, when you're sending all these receipts, you've got to give each file a name, right? So I'm, 425 Johnson, other expense, June, and then it's one item, June 1, June 2. The time that's involved in trying to organize this information is just an onerous workload, major privacy invasion, and I remind the committee that the folks that voted 4-3 against that policy in 24, maybe the vote would be a little bit different ratio in 2025.
Madam
Chair.
Go ahead.
Dave?
I do have the exact motion from August 24 made by Dean Hamilton. If the committee chooses, I can read that.
Yes, Davey, go ahead.
Dean Hamilton moved to terminate the 35% MOR variance policy for the following 6 reasons. The policy was never approved by Rehabilitation Services Administration. The policy was modified and changed after the committee approved it. This policy was never put in writing to properly explain all the details of this policy to all operators, and it is not explained in our rules. This policy gives operators the incentive to play with the numbers just so they don't get hit with a red flag. This policy is not fair and equal to all operators because we have facilities that are very different, and things really change when you compare last year's numbers to this year's numbers. And this policy is a total invasion on our business decisions that we have to make to manage our own business. Frank seconded, and then the vote. I also have BE's response. BE does not adopt the recommendation. This subject is now part of multiple grievances, and therefore we cannot comment further.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So, how do we move on this?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dave.
I believe we could potentially reaffirm the motion, shortening it for current times, being a year later. Maybe not necessarily list all 6 reasons, but somebody could make a motion to, reaffirm the first paragraph of the motion.
That would be me.
Go ahead, say.
Okay.
Can we make a motion that reaffirm the first paragraph? I can't remember it word for word.
August 24, motion by Dean Hamilton.
Say it again, Chris.
The first paragraph of the August 24 motion concerning termination of the variance policy made by Dean Hamilton.
That. Y'all know I'm not smart.
No.
To each of us are given certain
Do
gifts.
you have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Let's ready for the vote? Keith? Discussion. Thank you, Annette.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dave.
I would just like to commend the committee for taking some further action on this. This should have been done, this should have probably been reaffirmed the following month when the responses were received.
Madam Chair.
Yes, and
I am all for relooking at the 35% variance. A lot of folks are very unhappy with that. I understand the position the Bureau's in with the grievances that's out there and everything. I'm a little uncomfortable in just getting rid of it without having an alternative established. You know, whether it be an annual records review, whether it be something that we can put forth to try to alleviate the concern. And whether we agree with it or not, OVM has put a dictate on us, and we do need to address that. I don't think that we are in a position just to say, you know, pound sand. So I'm a little worried about putting forth something about an alternative.
Madam Chair.
Dave and then Keith.
Madam Chair, I disagree with the fact that there's no alternative. We have a standing alternative already in place. The rules clearly say when BE determines reasonable cause, they can ask for additional documentation, but it's worded in singular form. It was never intended to require an operator to supply documentation to support a full MOR, which there's no value in any. So the alternative is already in place and working within our rules.
Keith?
I like the, what Annette said, for the yearly review. I think that's decent and in order, because if I had a good year, here to go. If that makes sense.
Yeah. You know, that's what we used to do. I don't know why that is not sufficient. And would that, who knows if that'll satisfy the OBM office once a year review. It could be on your anniversary date or when you got your facility. I don't care. I understand that the Bureau has an obligation to satisfy this office. And yes, we are self-employed business owners and all that. But this 35% and the constant having to do this, you know, it's a bit much. I would rather just me myself. Come meet me once a year. Let's go over whatever that's necessary that you need to, you know, and we're good. And I think most, I hate to speak for most, but I think most reasonable people would say that's reasonable. But the 35% is not. And so, Annette, what would you suggest we do as far as you know, we have a motion on the floor.
Madam Chair,
yes.
I would recommend a friendly amendment to the motion that we add the language about doing annual records review. If that's what the committee would put forth as an alternative. Just to cancel out the 35% with no alternative, I don't believe is a fit. I don't think we can do that. I mean, we can, but I don't think it would work to do that. I think we do need to address an alternative, whether it be in this motion or a separate motion, I guess.
Dean?
Okay, I just want to say, yeah, my number of people calling me too is so upset with this whole 35%. They're all saying, why can't we just go back how we always did it? You know, for years and years and years and years, and I'm all for it, just to let you know that. But a big question I do have for Annette was, I think it was you, Annette, that had told me, even when you were on the work group and everything back in January, you guys never discussed having to take pictures of everything and scanning everything. Is that true?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Right, because I am a person that will not let anyone take pictures and scan. No, it's my constitutional right to say no to that.
Madam Chair.
Dave?
I just want to read OBM's own disclaimer at the bottom of their report. And just to reiterate something else, OVM's report was recommendations. It was absolutely not mandates. And OVM says, due to the limited nature
of our
1:24
audit,
PM.
we have not fully assessed the cost-benefit relationship of implementing the observations and recommendations suggested above. Now, there is more to it. However, these observations reflect our continuing desire to assist your department in achieving improvements in internal controls, compliance, and operational efficiencies. But again, that's a disclaimer. Even they haven't looked at the cost of benefit ratio. And that's very important before we go suggesting that it was some kind of mandate that they have the authority to impose.
Well,
And I don't believe that muddying the waters of the motion currently on the floor would be served well by adding some kind of amendment with a records review portion attached. That could be done in a separate motion if somebody chooses to do it. That's just my opinion.
well, Dave, what you just read to me, and was somebody before me, before I speak? What you just read to me has me to believe that their job is to make sure that our program management is working efficiently and everything is
Accurate bookkeeping.
accurate bookkeeping and all that. And I'm good with that. You know what I mean? As far as they manage our program, but that can be achieved by the once a year review through your consultant, and then I'm trying to find the reasons why we couldn't just do what Annette just said. And I don't have all the answers, but I'm just saying as far as put an amendment. So we're taking one thing away, we're giving the Bureau something, okay, well then they can go with this. And it's acceptable. Dean just said that most of his people were fine with the way we used to do it. I'm fine with that.
Well, Madam Chair,
yes.
I'm not really opposed to the old way of doing a records review, as long as it doesn't involve scanning and keeping hard copies of those receipts and things like that on an ongoing basis with no records retention policy or establishing necessary reasons to keep those types of hard copies on hand. But the way we used to do it, I mean, I'm not opposed to that.
Madam Chair.
You done, Dave? You done, Dave?
Yeah.
Okay, Chris?
Yeah.
Then
Chris,
I'll be
now
out.
serving as Dayton rep because Mr. Trammell had to leave the room. So essentially, Annette, perhaps your purpose could be accomplished by, rather than referring to a records review specifically, just say, and return to the verification processes provided in the rule, in the BE manual. Because that's essentially what Dave is suggesting, is that a verification process is provided for in the BE rules, in what we call the BE manual. And rather than, use the term records review, you could just say that, and return to the verification processes provided in the rule.
Well, I do have something to say, because when I read those rules, it doesn't say anything like annually or anything like that. I mean, some of it can be loopy.
Madam Chair, it says whenever BE determines reasonable cost. There's
Yes,
no,
exactly.
It could be every
Exactly.
month if you have really bad records.
That's why I wanted that instead of annual records review.
That's where I have my concern, because there is no date,
I
I'm
like your-
worried it could be because their reasonable calls may
Yes.
be, hey, your thing was 35, we
Yes.
got rid of the 35%
Right.
variance, but now we're determining that you were 35% off, so we want it every month now.
Yeah, and
I'm worried about that.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
One second, Dave, but I'm gonna just tell you all something too. One thing that I don't like about that is because years ago, there was only certain people getting audited. If you say annually and everybody has to do the same thing the same way, everybody is getting the same thing. Not to where we're picking, choosing, and when you say, when we're saying reasonable calls, okay, the Bureau has reasonable calls. If they see something that they deem that's suspicious or whatever, okay, they can step in at any time. But we're talking about a basic routine annual, once a year review. Everybody has to do the same thing the same way. Because years ago, it was not done fairly. It was pick and choose. If you were such and such, you maybe never got a review. And then if you were this other one, you got it every time you turned around. I mean, it reminds you of the 35%. And it's not necessarily you were doing anything wrong. Somebody got to be in their whatever, and you wasn't their most favorite person. So all I'm saying is, being Pacific, taking out the loopholes or the wiggle room, I think it benefits our program.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Dave.
with respect, I think trying to add in a records review amendment to the current motion on the floor adds more loopholes. The wording in the rule says when BE determines reasonable cause. Reasonable cause does carry at least some burden of proof. They would have to be able to articulate what the reasonable cause is, and it can't just be anything. So I believe there is a working alternative that's already in the rules that are in force and operating right now. We don't need to have an alternative in a motion because it's already accounted for in the rules.
Dave, and somebody wanted to say something before I said something else. Who was that?
It was Frank.
Frank, I'm sorry, dear. Go ahead.
You're okay. What I was gonna say is, the one concern, and I'm not saying we couldn't do it or necessarily shouldn't do the records review, but one of the reasons I think we pulled it from the rules, because they started to get out of control and they were being used against operators in the wrong way. That's why we took it out. So I don't want to see us return to that. I will also tell you, it wasn't Christie, there was a program manager at one point went from, hey, we're doing 1 month, we're going to go to 3 months, and then eventually we're going to go to 12 months. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's insane. So whatever we do, we need to be mindful of it, be careful of it. We don't want, if it's a records review or whatever it happens to be, we don't want it to be weaponized against operators if, the wrong person happens to be doing the records review or whatever the process is. That's where we have to be mindful of it, we have to be careful of it. But we do, and yeah, I agree with Dave. We do, our rule does say 3304-121-0418 talks about reasonable cause.
Yes.
And with reasonable cause, they can ask, currently, I believe my storage, off-site storage costs $190.10 per month. If all of a sudden I expense off $500 or $600 for a month for storage, they have every right to call me up and ask me what in the world's going on with this, why did this happen, and hey, can you provide, some kind of supporting documentation? But this thing that we're doing right now, I do believe is invasive, intrusive, time-consuming, and a challenge for even a lot of operators to get completed.
Listen, I think for one, yeah, it does say reasonable cause. The Bureau already has that, and I do agree, but I like Annette's suggestion because it's specific. It makes the process fair. I believe it should satisfy the OBM office because everybody's books are being looked at. It's just not this one or that one. The Bureau already can if they see something that they don't like, because what you just pointed out, Dave, but we're saying everyone going through this once a year, having a review, calendar basis, whatever. I think that makes it fairer for everyone and not just some people.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
It was fair for everyone before. As far back as 2007.
No, it wasn't.
As far back as 2007, the Bureau, I probably did, I think 2 or 3 records reviews between 07 and I don't know, maybe 11 or something. It was any 1 month of their choosing, and you showed them all your records for that month, and they made sure the math worked and everything, and everybody was happy. I don't feel like that process was unfair at all.
but I would not agree to have any of my records, copied and kept on hand in a location that wasn't under my control.
Was it?
But so is it your contention that the current rule is not fair for everyone?
No, that is my contention. And because back in 2007, what you're speaking about, we had people in place in administration that used it as what Annette said, as a weapon. And some of us, what you're saying, you only had to do 1 month. I had to bring a whole year's worth of records and sit down with the consultant and this person and pick through the year. I mean, and this happened several times, and that I didn't know no one else wasn't going through it until I happened to start talking to some people and finding out they never had one, not once. And I wasn't doing anything different than anybody else. And I've heard other people said that they went through the same thing. So I understand that your experience is different, my experience is different. I'm speaking about how can we make everyone's experience on the same plane.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
The current rule does that. They're not targeting individual people with, in an unfair way with the current rule. It's just, it's never been used. But it applies to everybody equally. If you are keeping bad records or you have some significant change that doesn't look normal to them, they're going to ask for receipts and something to support what you're doing, and there's nothing wrong with that. I would comply with that right away. But currently what we're doing is, this policy is just way out of bounds.
Well, let me ask you this, Dave, and Annette, did you say you want to say something?
You called for the
Okay,
question.
go ahead, Annette. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, the current rule, yes, in a perfect world, what Dave's describing works. But if we ended up with an area manager like we had a few years ago, the current rule has a lot of wiggle room to allow for abuse. Because you could have one area manager that decides just cause as if you pay $1 more. You could have one area manager that says there's never just cause, and let all their operators, just go around their business, willy-nilly. It's very open to what just cause is. And yes, Dave's right, you might have to have some documentation of it, but if somebody is abusive, and we know, Frank knows, we know that there has been abuse of it. You described an instance where there was abuse of it. I'm worried if we don't put something specific in there that says all operators are treated to this exact same standard, that it is open up for some subjective determination to mean what just cause is. And operators can be, they could be harmed by that.
Do you accept? Yes, Dave.
I was at the OVRC meeting, I think it was approximately 2015, I'm 100% sure, and that was at the same meeting where we got rid of the records reviews because of all the overreach and abuse that was happening with them then. I think it's a terrible idea to reintroduce that same thing that we got rid of 10 years ago and bring it back now, especially in the form of a policy that's much more easily manipulated than something that's written in the rules.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would remind the committee, we've been talking about this now for 40 minutes. As I understand it, Annette has asked to offer a friendly amendment to the motion. And so if she needs the consent of the motioner and their second.
That one, no, Keith made the motion. So
okay, but she offered a friendly amendment.
No, he has to accept the amendment.
I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, the motioner and the second needed it. And it's about time to call for the question.
Yeah.
Call for the question.
But I do want to make sure that we all understand that,
keep this horse 8 ways from
yeah,
sundown.
I understand. But I think, Dave, I do have a question for Dave, and then we can move on. Dave, do you, what you're saying, you have a problem with any kind of review with that you, any type of review unless it's just cause. That's basically your point, right?
No, that's not what I'm suggesting. Like the old stuff, the way the record reviews were done before, I don't have a problem with that. But apparently everybody had different experiences.
Yes.
But I think before we try to reintroduce record reviews, it should be done in a rule where the language can be written very specifically to make sure that it's done the same way for every operator. It's not done in a motion that's much more easily manipulated and can be changed without a process.
I believe that that's what Annette's motion was, to make it more specific, and everybody is being able to be treated the same way, and it's not picked
But Madam Chair,
and choose.
like,
Yes.
I don't have a problem with that, but I think it should be done in the rules, when the rules are redone.
I think that we're gonna try to move on. Yeah.
Do we need a
I need
vote?
you to reread that for us, Chris, and then.
Yes, of course. Yes,
Yes, we're gonna move on.
yes, Keith.
I wanted her to say the amendment.
Yeah.
The
That's what-
amendment was that, you moved that we, reaffirm the first statement of the motion that was made in 2024. Basically getting rid of, this is not part of the motion, basically getting rid of the 35% variance. I had requested a friendly amendment that we add to that motion that in lieu of doing the 35% variance, that each operator would get a once a year records review.
And you accepted it, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's
Thank you.
call for the vote. Any more?
Dean needs to,
Dean?
Yeah, the seconder.
Yeah, I second it.
okay.
Now, do you agree with the amendment?
The only thing I'm a little worried about in the amendment is, can he play with that?
Madam Chair, I think we're gonna do the rules. So
Yeah.
I think there's things we can do.
Yes.
But in the meantime, we do have to have something there to give them.
Yeah, because we need to get it in writing, you know?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
And, okay, I'm gonna call for the vote. Keith?
Okay.
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Frank?
He's out of the room, so
Okay, Dave?
I vote yes.
John?
Yeah.
Mark?
Yep.
Dean?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
All right.
So now you don't have 4-3, you have unanimous.
Unanimous.
Better than 4 and 3, that's right.
That'll help at the hearing.
Y'all was about to have me come out my sweater. Got me sweating over here. Special meeting. Is that the next thing, guys?
Yes, I think that's.
You've got actually, bylaws is next.
Oh,
Bylaws?
That's the.
But can I start the conversation on bylaws for just a moment?
One second. What did you put? What's wrong in that?
No, he's fine.
Okay, Chris.
The word bylaws is spelled B-Y-L-A-W-S.
You already told me I didn't spell it right.
You're not the only one. You're not the only one. You're not the only one.
See, Christy, I'm not putting you out
You're
there.
not the only one. Yeah, she's not in the room.
Oh, okay.
But
At least
I
it
have
is-
seen,
I
I have
just
seen
copy and paste.
multiple documents from both the agency emails and remember
Yeah.
spelling this B-I hyphen capital L-A-W-S.
No,
That's
it's-
not good English.
It's B-Y-L-A. At least in Cincinnati and Dayton has how it's spelled. Maybe in Columbus it's different.
We have a responsibility to professionalism.
Yes.
Let's try to produce documents that reflect professionalism. I pass.
Okay.
B-Y-L-A, that
We
is
stand
bylaws.
corrected. Now, can we get the conversation started?
On the draft, it's spelled correctly.
Okay.
Fixed it.
Let's, Dean, you want to start this this was, or who wants to start this conversation?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Unless Dean does, I mean, I not.
Yes, go ahead, Annette.
We did get it back with a couple of hints, I guess, from our AG
Yeah.
representative. I didn't catch those hints.
Me neither.
I'll
I
be honest
couldn't.
with you.
Yeah.
And I don't know, did that go to the, I was just thinking about that. Did that go to everybody, the AG's
Yeah.
response?
Did anybody, I'm sorry, Annette, but who was able to catch what she suggested? Because I wasn't, or do we have an AG in the room that can tell us what it is?
Annette, I have your email from September 8th. Is that the one with the draft?
No, she just
Madam Chair,
responded.
our AG representative responded yesterday.
Yes.
And said that it looked good, but there was a couple
Suggestions.
that they had. And I just thinking about it, I was like, I don't know if that went to everybody.
Well,
I didn't receive it yesterday. I didn't
Yeah, it was
receive it.
yesterday.
Okay.
I
So,
did.
I don't know
I never
what those
received it.
suggestions are. and
Yeah.
I couldn't read them.
Yeah, I couldn't, I
Either?
read through the whole thing 2 times and I couldn't figure it
We're not
out
gonna
what
have
they
something to
were.
vote on now.
But did we still have the AG on the phone or anything?
I'm here. This is Caroline Hopkins. I'm filling in for Michelle
Okay,
Kazar, who she's the normal
yes.
AG that's assigned.
How are you today?
That's great. How are you today? And also, your name is Caroline Bodkins? Bodkins?
Can you spell your name for us?
It's Hopkins.
Oh, Hopkins.
Hopkins.
Sorry.
Can you tell us what the 2 suggestions were? Because Annette and I, we couldn't figure that out to share it with the committee.
So Michelle forwarded them to me this morning, and I'm not super familiar with them, but they were just 2 minor suggestions. To my knowledge, it was not anything really substantive. I think there was just a couple changes just in language.
And can you identify what those were?
Yes, just give me one moment and I'll pull up her email.
Oh, thank you.
I appreciate that.
Madam Chair, I have
Yes.
the language that I forwarded, but I don't know if there were any edits after that.
That's what it is. These are based off what you forwarded. But she had 2
I can read the
suggestions.
section on virtual meetings when you want me to.
Okay, I want to see what those 2 suggestions is, then I'll have you do.
Right, yeah, well, I thought maybe we can compare with what she's got.
Oh,
Just without, she has a couple suggested minor changes.
From September 8th, has some.
well, let's hear what the suggestions are, then I can kind of decipher.
Sure.
And it's what you said.
Yeah, I don't know how strike through, but voiceover doesn't read them. Okay. Also, we take that out and if the language is not like.
Yeah, there's new language underlined for it.
Oh, you
Okay.
figured it. And that.
If you're ready for me,
We're
I can
ready.
give you the first suggestion. So
Yeah.
under section F for virtual meetings, she had indicated that it should be added that OVRC members participating virtually shall have sufficient internet or other electronic connection to
Oh, I
allow
did.
the member to be seen and heard clearly.
Oh, I saw that. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And then the second one?
The second one was under section D. So, D and then E. So it says a vote to approve a major non-routine expenditure of the OVRC. A non-routine expenditure is, and then she has, ideally non-routine would be defined or exclude examples of items that are routine. So that probably is hard to understand if you don't have the document right in front of you. So
Chris?
I don't know
No,
if it's easier, I could forward the email where she had sent the suggestions. If that's easier for everyone, I'm not sure how you want to do that.
That'll be fine for you to forward it to us, and then I'm going to have Chris read it. Is that okay with all the members to hear it?
Well,
I think we've read it before. Huh. It's not very long. Yeah, or do you all want to?
I'm going to suggest, Madam Chair, when I look at this, it's not as clear as I thought it would be for
Okay.
whatever reason. But what I would suggest is that inasmuch as we don't have final language ready to vote on,
Okay.
we've got the interim between now and 10 days prior to the next meeting to clean up the language.
Okay.
And then within 10 days prior to the next meeting, get that sent out.
I'm fine with that, and that we don't have to.
No, Madam Chair, I believe that's what we have to do at this
Okay.
point. Because it's just not clear enough for
Okay.
an appropriate vote.
Okay. Well, let's move on then. Let's go
Okay.
to, what was it, special meetings?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is where we're setting a calendar?
No, Madam Chair,
yes. Mhm.
I don't believe we can do that yet until we pass the bylaw.
Right.
Okay.
That's correct.
Well, we're really moving on, aren't we? What was the, Chris, read the next one, because my screen keeps going to sleep.
Rules regarding standing meetings.
That's what we just said, yeah.
Well, we had it separated on here. We had special meetings, so then then we can't really discuss that either?
Madam Chair, I don't see how we can schedule rules meetings until we're able to do it
Okay.
virtually.
Okay.
Unless the committee would so choose to do special meetings in person.
No, we voted to.
I don't like.
Yeah, we already voted. The last, what was the next thing?
Is anything else? And I have something to offer there, but I don't need to be first.
There was some, someone else had it,
Madam Chair.
yes, Amy.
So I know I opened a big can of worms earlier,
Mhm.
and there is some discussion around that. So I did a little bit more research.
Okay.
And it looks like we did receive, payment
Mm-hmm.
from Mo, prior to the application deadline.
Okay.
It was a check that we received from Chase. There
Mhm.
isn't a postmark on it, but there is a date of the check. It's like an online bill pay, so the check came from Chase directly.
Mhm.
That's why there's no postmark on it.
Mm-hmm.
But along with that, to make this even a little bit more confusing, there was just a mistake on the agency side of things where that check got voided. So that is why it's never got applied to his account. It's no fault of Mo's, it's on our side of the house. So he did submit a payment, it included his NSF fee. He will receive a late, but he didn't have any past program debt, since he did send that payment. I will have to kind of follow up with him separately of how to get that squared away.
Mm-hmm.
But he did just send payment from Chase, and the way that works, it does deduct from his account at the time when he does online bill pay, so it
Mhm.
wouldn't have come back NSF again or anything like that. But I just wanted to kind of clear the air with that. I know that, that turned into a huge thing earlier, but to no fault of Mo's, does he have, an account balance? It was on our side of things, and we are going to work to correct that.
So let's be clear, he doesn't owe program funds, but he did have a late that wasn't told to the selection committee at the time of the selection. And even though, we don't know what that would have looked like or whatever, but he doesn't owe any program fees.
Right, so there wouldn't have been a question of eligibility at the time, it just would have been that late. That was a part of the section that wasn't scored, and if it was scored, it wouldn't have changed the results of that selection.
So, in the case of the NSF, I'm trying to get an idea of what these submission dates were.
Okay.
Because, the NSF check came in, you contacted him, he did an online bill pay for a bank check, used his online bill pay, and you're saying that check has a date on it.
Correct. So,
And can you tell us what those dates were?
Yeah, the rundown here, I had to write it all down for myself. So his original due date was July 31st. His initial payment was postmarked on July 30th. It was a physical check. There's a whole process when we get a physical check of who it goes through, and then it goes into the state accounting system, OAKS. So we did not find out that it was NSF from our fiscal department until August 14th. That is when the NSF charge got added to his account. That is when we reached out to him and let him know this came back NSF. I think there was some conversation of he knew that was gonna happen because of his account. I can't speak for him, but he said that he had sent another check. I confirmed we didn't receive another check. So that is when he did the Chase online bill pay. That is dated 4 days later on August 18th. We received it in our hands on August 28th. Like I said, there's no postmark on it, but obviously it's in it prior to that if we received it that day. And then the application deadline for facility 804 was August 27th.
You're saying the date on the check was August 18th?
Yes.
As far as, and that you all are the selection, you all voted to look at this. I think, you still want to.
Madam Chair, I don't want to speak for the full selection committee. The committee did vote based on the eligibility issue. The committee, the selection committee failed to determine eligibility. So I do believe the selection committee is required to get back together to make sure all applicants were eligible. And this here might just be reiterated and we'll say they all are. That's probably what will happen. But I do believe we should follow the proper procedure. And it probably won't take too long.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Julie?
I do bill pay as well for a lot of my stuff. They tell you the beginning and the end, like when I send in my cable bill, it said it will be sent on and it will be received by. So somewhere, it's usually 2 days from when you send it that you receive it. So if it's sent on July 30th, you should receive it no later than August 3rd unless it's a weekend, and then it could go longer.
I think that's depending on what entity and what system you're using. As far as online payments or how they pay it, Amy's saying it took, 10 days for them?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's the difference between, Julie, usually when you're paying on OVG or IVR, it is a quicker turnaround because it's electronic. So we're instantly getting that information. So this was a paper check that came into us. So not only does it have to kind of go through BE Web, then our fiscal department has to deposit that check and then kind of go through the state accounting system. So it does take a little bit longer to get that information back because it wasn't electronic. It's just the paper process is a little bit more delayed than what you usually see on, if you file OVG or IVR.
No, wait a minute. Maybe I'm missing something. I thought he went online and paid. He gave you an online check, or how did that work? I mean, did I miss that?
What is it?
Did he give an online check, or did he pay online? I thought he went
So
back and.
the first check was just a normal paper check.
Paper check.
The second check that we received was directly from Chase from the online bill
Oh,
pay.
yes.
So he did it online, but then Chase sent us a paper check.
Okay, and you received that, okay, Chase sent you a paper check, and so
Correct.
you received that check on the 27th, or the 28th?
28th.
So we received it, in our mailbox on the 28th.
And when did when the deadline was the 27th?
Yes, but with the rules being postmarked, there was no postmark on this. Obviously, it would have to be sent before the 28th if we received it on the 28th. So I'm not really for sure.
It sounds like we still have
How
an
that all
issue. I'm trying to get that in my head,
What was the date of the selection?
27th.
No, that was when it closed.
That's when it
We did
closed.
the selection the following
Because
September 8th.
September 8th.
online, isn't the rules that you had to receive it by the close? I think, you hate to be picky like this because you did send it, and do that. I'm gonna leave this alone.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm gonna check, but I am almost positive that it says postmarked.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is why I believe the selection panel still does need to reconvene.
I believe I agree.
Because we do need to make it, we failed to.
Yes.
We do need to make a determination as a selection. I don't want to speak for other
Right.
members of that selection panel, who,
Right.
especially Dwayne, he's not here.
Yes.
And it's inappropriate to do so in this group anyway. But I believe we do need to get together and have, have the rules, have all the information. I believe that still needs to be done, just to make sure it's done properly.
I think I agree, because unfortunately, online bill pay and all that kind of stuff, you are kind of at its mercy of how it pays, and, so he might have had very good intention, but we'll see. Did we have anything else?
Madam Chair, I do.
Yes,
And
go
this
ahead.
Just came up this morning.
Okay, Chris.
Because, University of Toledo, we've been trying to work with them, trying to get a new DGA, trying to expand with their POP. They had a voting rights agreement that expired in the end of June. They're kind of not responding to us at all. And we've tried, and we've tried, and we've tried. And so we would like to submit them for a 119 panel hearing. And we would like to put them on notice one more time, saying that because of that, we're wanting to go forward with a 119.
Sounds good.
Just wanted to know, and honestly, this came out when I was at lunch. I know otherwise I would have given you the heads up.
I think that's the right track to go, since they're not responding to us. We need a motion.
Yes, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to move that we inform the University of Toledo that we intend to pursue a 119 hearing in order to take over the beverages.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Frank seconded.
Okay.
Any more discussion? Ready for the vote? Keith?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
John?
He's not here.
Yvette? Yes, it votes yes. Amy, did you do your report?
And who seconded that? I apologize.
Yeah, it wasn't on the agenda.
Frank. Frank
Frank seconded.
that,
Yeah, budget report's not on the agenda.
Yeah, I don't have anything else.
I have one other thing.
Yes.
Remember we talked about?
Huh.
Want to talk about the service sticker policy that's being acted upon by Business Enterprise Program Specialists, as I understand it, the direction of Ms. Hauk and her area managers. Specifically, the current protocol is that specialists are being directed to get business name and contact information to be printed on stickers that have been created by BSVI to be placed on our equipment. In my business, I've been doing this stuff 36 years. I've learned how to generate and post appropriate, and I believe far superior to what BSVI has, service stickers. I have photographs and I have copies of them. And I believe that it is an overreach for the agency to force us to use their format. For those who may not see well enough to see what their stickers look like compared to see what their stickers look like, they're approximately the size of a business card, a little bit longer. I think they're approximately 2 inches by 4 inches, or fairly close to that. They have a little bit of a color graphic around the perimeter, and then white space in the middle, where in approximately 12 or 14 point font is printed the business name or the operator's name and their phone number. Mine are reverse printed vinyl. that are posted on the inside of the glass of all my machines in bold font with my business logo, and it says for service or repair, call, please. I think it says please. It doesn't say please. It just says call or text and gives my phone number. This is far more legible, and it's far less vulnerable to any kind of damage or tampering associated with cleaning of the machines or any passersby who want to pick, peel, scribble, put gang. One person told me that they had a customer put a gang insignia over top of the label.
Yep.
So I believe the intent, and I don't want to put words in Christie's mouth, but I believe the intent is that we just want to be respectful of our grantors' concern that the customers in their building have an appropriate avenue to pursue any problems related to damaged product, outdated product, need for a refund, malfunction, etc. And I believe that the stickers that I have created serve that need. I'd be happy to share the information about where to get these printed. Kinko's cost you about $11 a sheet. You just develop your own PDF, send it to Kinko's. They print them 9 to a page landscape format on reverse printed on vinyl, and it's adhesive, and you stick it to the inside of your machine. They die cut them, so all I have to do is peel the backing off of the face of the thing, and I think other operators have good stickers too. So I'm encouraging Ms. Hauk to give us the opportunity to make our own business decisions, and then in cases where an operator is not complying, that perhaps you can provide them the stickers. But I know of other operators who've told me, at your expense, stickers have been created without their request, handed to them by a specialist in the boxes sitting in a drawer someplace because they're just not going to put them on.
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
let
Christie.
me address all of it.
Okay.
Chris, I've been told that yours is very professional, and I agree it's professional. I have seen other stickers, though, that are not legible, that I had problems even reading. I've seen stickers placed on machines that covered up product, that were sideways, that were huge. And so my biggest issue, though, is when I go to places, and there are a lot, particularly at the rest areas, where there's no refund information at all whatsoever. And that's where I have a problem. If you guys want to do your own stickers, I'm fine with that, but I would like the consultants to look at them to make sure that they're legible. Again, yours is very professional, and I know that you just said that others are professional. I've seen like 3 that I could not read at all.
Sure.
In the meantime, if there's not any up there, we're getting with people, we're paying for that for them. They don't have to, and the intent was not even to give it to the operators, that, we would put them on the machines, make sure that they were straight and all. That was the intent. So again, yours is very professional, and if people want to use your template, I'm fine with that. My biggest concern is going to places, not just rest areas, where there is absolutely no refund information listed anywhere.
I respect that concern.
Julie?
Yeah, I was asked, and I was asked what I wanted to put on it and everything, and then I came in one day and magically somebody had put them on my machine, so I'm grateful for it. It's simply because I can't see to get mine to look right, number one, and 2, I was asked, which I appreciated, and I said, yeah, this is what I would like to have on it, and like I said, then magically they appeared, so I guess I'm saying just as, I'm glad.
I have a joke. Sally, that's why you wouldn't give me them stickers.
She didn't think you'd put them
You
on
thought
straight.
I was gonna put them on crooked? No, just joking.
But I want to be.
And listen.
I want to be clear though.
Yes.
My specialist, who knows I have these, told me he was directed to get my information for this purpose.
Okay.
So that to me sounds like Big Brother trying to shove something my way that I'm not willing to countenance.
Okay, so basically, Christy just said, so I think that Chris, what you're saying, I think people being asked if they have them, just like my rest area, I didn't have them, and it's not because I wasn't going to do it. We got the new machines put in. We had some on the old ones, but when we got the new machines, but Sarah told me that the Bureau is providing the stickers, so I just waited for the Bureau to do it, and because I thought it had something to do with uniformity. They wanted, everything looking, since all the machines look the same. So, but I appreciate it. I think if it is just the operator's choice, and I do understand we got to have something there. Those who don't have them, if the consultant asks them, and and the Bureau's willing to provide it, I don't think there's is a big issue. But those who have their own, like Chris, and like she said, it is legible, it's professional. I think
I know Toll creates his own. He's another
Yeah.
one. Another one.
Madam Chair?
Yes, and
I like Chris's idea, put it on the inside, learn something new every day in
Yeah,
this program.
yeah. Yeah, and you-
I like that, because I've had the game symbol on mine, in the rest area, someone comes in, at least what we thought was the game. I had one time a very questionable adult picture drawn on one of them.
Okay.
I don't think.
I like girls.
That we had to kind of cross out, and it's hard to get those stickers off when they're on there. I like putting it on the inside of the machine. I'm gonna talk
That
to
is a
Chris
good idea.
about how they get that.
Yeah, that is a good idea. And actually,
After 4
once the
o'clock,
Bureau,
I can tell you where it
once
is
the
if
Bureau,
you
they
want
are
to
on the
stick it
outside, but they are nice as well. I mean, probably not as nice as Chris's, but
Good.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Like
Dave.
years ago, it might have been like 10 years ago, the Bureau they were giving out, like the reverse printed.
Those are nice.
Clear stickers that you could put on the inside of the window. And my consultant just gave them to me.
That might have been
And,
your area.
but I ran out of them pretty quick, and as you replace machines, they disappear, of course. But those were nice back then. You could put them on the inside, and I could put them where I didn't feel like they blocked product view and things like that.
2:12 p.m.
Clear is a little bit of a problem on glass because the lettering, it doesn't catch the eye. But
Anything else on this subject? Anybody got anything else?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dave.
I think we need to mention it again, that we are getting all of the reports and things like that very late. We got the manager's reports on Tuesday. We got the budget reports, I believe, Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday, something like that.
It wasn't on the agenda, and I think that may be an oversight on my part, or Christy, I don't know if it was it on the thing you sent me, Christy? I don't remember seeing it. I don't know.
But, Madam Chair,
Yes.
my point is,
I do.
we are 1 second late in filing, we're getting a late. And the things that we're supposed to get on Monday preceding the meeting, it's not acceptable to get them on Wednesday and Thursday.
Anybody else got something to say on that subject? I think your point, well taken.
With all due respect, I just got a late for a $22.56 late service charge payment that has very little to do with the impact on the program versus the important program guidance participation, active participation that happens in this meeting. And I really believe that if I'm going to be subject to 2 years of career penalties and selections because of a late $22.56 check.
No.
That the gentleman in the suit whose name I didn't catch
All I need to do is
should
just add it.
provide Amy the adequate opportunity to have those reports to us a week in advance of this meeting. That's the responsibility that your agency has to our committee. Is that there's a policy that we are supposed to receive these reports a week in advance of the meeting so that people have adequate time to review the reports.
Yes, Chris.
That's fine.
fine, but it might not be the most recent month, because again, things, the processing time and all of that, it might be a month behind.
Respecting that, like, the reports that she sent was a partial month. We get that. You know, August is incomplete data anyway, because not everybody's filed their reports yet, so we don't have all of the August data. That's understandable.
Would you all like Amy to read what she sent? Because I didn't get a chance to look at it. But Amy, are you prepared to do that?
Sure.
Thank you, Amy.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
While she's looking that up, and I just think of this, I used to, there for a while, get these, reports, the budget reports especially, the other ones I don't have as much trouble with, but the budget ones I do. Get them in Braille. Is there any way we can Braille those up? Because I have some mental block trying to listen to something read me a bunch of numbers. I cannot absorb them when voiceover is just reading a bunch of numbers. It's so much easier to see it in Braille.
Yeah, I can do it on my computer because it's an Excel document, right?
Yeah.
Just definitely not
Exactly.
on my phone, but on the computer I can
Yeah, I
follow
don't have
along, but I don't always have my computer.
It's a lot harder to scan a spreadsheet like that on an iPhone or VoiceOver than using a PC. JAWS is pretty easy.
You ready, Amy?
Yes, and that's no problem. If anyone else would like a Braille copy, please let me know and we can make sure that happens. So there were 4 documents that I attached. One was a stipend estimate, so it showed the facilities that were gonna be closing, the month that they were gonna be closing, their anticipated open date, and then there were some notes, the number of projected closed weeks, the estimated stipend amount. I didn't know if it was gonna be $350 or the amount was gonna change, and then the total stipend estimated.
Is that about 14,000?
Do you want me to read each cells? We may be here if I do this for
No,
other reports.
no, you
I can do
scan
that.
it. You're doing fine. No, you can scan through it. I mean, you
Just-
know, everybody has it, so would you just kind of
Yeah,
summarize it?
and Chris had pointed out too that 398, both sides were shutting down, so it was on here twice, so that lessened the stipend on here. And he let me know that since Jeff and Annette were going to temp something, they weren't planning on taking the stipend, so that may reduce it as well. And the other document I sent was the service charge.
Just, Amy, could we, just for the benefit of the committee, on the original document, it was suggested that for fiscal year 26, the total stipend would amount to $130,550. And with the adjustments for eliminating the duplication on Mr. Douglas's facility, and then also Jeff and Annette stated intent not to accept stipend, it's reasonable to assume that the actual stipend expenditure will be about 40,000 less, probably something closer to 90,000. So about $40,000 less than is estimated on this report.
And Madam Chair,
Yes,
I
Annette.
don't want to speak for Jeff, but I will speak for myself. I don't intend to take the stipend during the months when I am running the full facility. In the meantime and afterwards, if I'm still not running that, I will take it. So there'll be a partial year where I'll take it, but hopefully for that 6+ months that I'm gonna intend to do 439, I would have no intention of taking it then. And I don't want to speak for Jeff if his intent's the same, that, like in the meantime, he would take it and not during the time when he's temping, but, so there'll be a few weeks when I do it, but definitely not while I'm in the process of having a whole other facility.
And Madam Chair, this was
Yes.
not, we're not obligating these funds right now or anything. It was just a document to use as a tool to help estimate what we may spend, since it is straight set aside during this next time period.
Okay.
So the other document that I need to change the name to set aside instead of service charge, because old habits die hard there, shows a 2-year the July 2023 to July 2025 of the service charge each month. Set aside, see?
Yeah, we're so used to saying service charge.
I know. Almost broke myself, but not with this one. So for July 2025, it was $76,543.73, which is more than July of 2024 and 2023. So doing pretty well. I think every month is pretty much tracked that way in 2025. The OVRC program summary, so it shows for each fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 24, the sales, cost of goods, gross profit, total other expenses, wages, net proceeds, and then the percent of gross profit, percent of net proceeds of sales. So like Chris said, for this federal fiscal year, August is kind of just a year-to-date number. Not everyone's filed for August, so it's a partial. For July, again, from last year, we're up in sales. And then the percentage of gross profit and net proceeds has been, you know, about the same year to year. There hasn't been any drastic increases, decreases.
For the good of the order, there have been some, I believe, since it's money out of my pocket, fairly significant changes in program-wide cost of goods sold, which is up about 0.85%, you know, almost 1% in terms of cost of goods sold. So gross profit is down by about 1%. And then wages are up almost 2%, 1.95%. And this is as a percentage of sales, not overall numbers. So the net result is that in fiscal 24, net proceeds was 28.89%. And in fiscal 25, net proceeds is 26.37%. That's a drop of 2.52% in net proceeds. And that's significant money in terms, and what that, in service charge impact, just because service charge is what pays the bills, that's about $80,000 difference in service charge, potential service charge collection. If you just figure that 2.5% is going to be 20% money. So these are, you know, these small percentages represent significant amounts of program dollars.
And that could be justified over the cost of everything is up.
Yeah, we recognize, but what it tells us is our prices aren't keeping pace with the increase in our expenses.
Not if you're selling water for 75 cents.
Yeah. I want to file a grievance and make that guy start charging a market rate. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. But this is real money. This is about $400,000 difference in net profit was in the program, and about $80,000 difference in service charge. Those are big numbers.
Madam Chair?
Yes, and
just a speculation. Part of it is, I think, prices not keeping up with the more expensive cost of goods. I would think some of that might be, you know, a larger percentage of our sales is now coming from the college and university routes, which is fairly labor intensive. And when they're doing pouring rights, sometimes they're paying a little bit larger cost for the product. So I think because of a higher percentage coming from that market, that could be affecting that too.
Yes. Anything else on this topic?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I hate to bring this subject up, but I'm going to have to anyway.
Why not, Frank?
Yeah, it's everybody's favorite subject. It's called Schaefer.
Oh, that one you can.
Oh, yeah.
Had Amy finished financial reports? I was just commenting on one of her financial reports.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Before we change the topic, Chris, what do you?
There's still another report.
Yeah, she's got
we're
additional
sorry.
reports.
We're
It's
sorry.
The last one is the cash balance report, so this one was the same that I sent you guys last month. There was no changes. I had some access issues this week, and the person that could fix them was out, and that is why I didn't get into on Monday. In the future, I will be better. Steve actually had nothing to do with it, so it's not on him. But I will do a better job of getting the information to you guys ahead of the meeting. So like I said, this is the same, so it's actually only through July 31st. I mean, there's a lot of information here if you want me to go through.
Just I think you can summarize it. Is that okay with everyone?
So it's kind of broken up into 4 different sections depending on the kind of revenue and expenditures. So the first is things that are matchable, and this is outside because on one of the expenses at fair minimum return, which is not, but it is set aside. So this is kind of like your stuff that's set aside is spent on, your matchable things. It is only the 21.3%, so what affects your cash balance besides fair minimum return, that's the full amount. So you're still taking in more than you're spending, so that's great from a program aspect. The next section is your non-matchable things, so it's not set aside, it's non-matchable. This one, the revenue is much less than the expenses, because here you have your inventory overages, your ongoing operating costs, ongoing stocks and supplies, so you can't use set aside, you can't use VR money for. So this is where the state unassigned incomes comes into play. The last is the unassigned income. So you have your non-federal vending, that's coming in around 48,000. Your federal vending, like Chris had said earlier, is around 24, which is up from previous years, so that's great. Then Cap Square is 98,000, and then from that, the expenses is your benefit check and insurance.
Is that the last report? Or you got?
And that is it.
Okay. Is anything else anybody wants?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have a question. Is Steve the same as Maria was?
When you first met Maria, maybe.
Okay,
Maria's still here.
Okay.
Steve reports to Maria.
Okay, I was just wondering, since you're new in our midst, I believe, I was wondering. Yeah, well, I
welcome.
hope we didn't scare you away too much. Welcome.
Do we, anything else on this topic? I'm sorry, Annette.
No, I was just asking, I was reminding you Frank had.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Frank. I just want to make sure we don't cut anything else off. Frank, go ahead.
All right, on Wednesday, and this isn't the first time I've received a phone call from this operator over service issues with Schaefer and the problem of keeping machines fixed or getting them fixed and getting them to stay fixed. When the operator contacted me Wednesday, at some point I returned that phone call late afternoon, early evening. And basically he was kind of at his wit's end about who to talk to try and get Schaefer to get stuff fixed. And I had remembered at the end of August, at our August meeting, Christie had acknowledged that, there continued to be service issues and issues with Schaefer, and had encouraged operators if there was something that wasn't getting fixed or being handled correctly, to make her aware that they should reach out to her. And so at that point, he had asked, his request for me was to ask if I could provide Christie's contact information or phone number, so I did provide that to him. Don't know if she had an opportunity to speak with him or not.
Don't forget.
Doug Mills.
Okay, I have not received anything from Doug Mills. I will tell you that when Orville and I went to Sharonville the other day, that was Wednesday, Schaefer was at his rest area.
Okay, that's good.
So, but we didn't know that. I didn't know that. And is he talking to his consultant?
Yeah.
Too? Because that's the first step, because I do want to know when there's issues.
Well, and this is this is what I was told is they've had Schaefer out there multiple times. He said over the past 6 months, he's had 2 different Bedmaxes at the rest area. Each of them down for about 3 months at a time. Schaefer will come and they'll say it's fixed, and then they'll go back out the next week and there'll be either the same problem or a different problem or, something like that. But then, and then the other side of it, Christie, and to everybody, the other part of it is, with Schaefer, they seem to be shorthanded. I will give Cameron credit. He was doing a repair for me at one of the small branch post offices that I have. He was out there on a Tuesday. He told me up front he wouldn't be able to get back out there, until the next Tuesday. And, he had to turn the compressor off. And I said, well, okay, I'll go check it in a few days. And, well, a few days turned into we couldn't get back over there till the following Monday. And we got out there and we checked on it. And I called him and I said, yeah, the machine's not froze. It's warm now. He said, well, it was Monday. And I knew he wasn't going to get there today, but he did talk us through on how to turn the compressor back on because he needed to order a cold switch for it, or needed to get one from the shop. So they got it done. He told me on Monday, though, the second, when he's going to come back, Frank, I have to talk to my boss first. He said, let's see if I can get permission to come when I'm in Cincinnati and get this done, which, that makes sense to me. My only concern is, and I know it's not just a Doug Mills issue. I know we have other operators across the state having issues like that to some degree. They may not be exactly like what Doug was dealing with, but, and I believe that Christie and Sally and Orville try and talk to, you guys still have a weekly call with Schaefer to try and communicate these things? I know you did it.
We do, and we do communicate. And back to Doug, who's the guy at Schaefer that we ran into on the floor? I can't remember his name.
Steve, Madam Chair, it was Steve.
Yeah. Was it Steve?
And I want to say somebody from the entertainment.
No,
you talking about not at the
Sean is the guy from
Facility.
Cleveland.
At the facility, when we were at the facility, that
Nope.
Norm?
No, when we was at the facility, that was Steve.
Schaefer.
Norm.
So anyway,
Older guy.
Norm was telling us that he was frustrated too with that specific machine and said too that every time they go and fix it, it's fine, and then it goes down. And then I said, and we all agreed there, let's identify another machine and just swap it out. There's no point in continually trying to fix something that keeps on breaking down. So, and I don't know if he was there that day to swap out that machine. I believe we're in and out, but we will follow up on that because, again, those are good things for me to know because doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results, and we are getting better at tracking.
Christie has the floor.
Tracking repairs, because again, if there's a machine that has multiple service calls on it, it's been down, we need to pull it. It can be used maybe for parts. We need to pull it, or they need to bring it back to Schaefer and try to really diagnose it. So I hope Doug Mills, and I'm not present next week, so I'll have Orville and Tanya follow up on that.
Right, and I will say, Madam Chair, that nobody was saying the consultant wasn't doing their job. I do believe, that the consultants can only take it so far, and then management or Christie or somebody higher up, has to reach out to Schaefer, somebody who has a name and, a name and a manager or somebody, manager to manager, say Schaefer, say, hey, what's going on with this?
Madam Chair.
I got a couple of things.
Okay.
Go ahead, Frank. Finish.
No,
I'm
that's
sorry.
everything.
I just want to say, first of all, I've had issues with, and does Doug have new machines?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna say that we have to just come to realization, it's not all Schaefer's with these new machines, because I've had those break down, and the compressor going out, and it's on 2 different machines, and it's costly to the business, usually it's one of your best machines. There's issues with the way they just make things these days, Unfortunately, it is what it is what it is. I've even had to replace a handle on one of the machines already, so, and then I got something cookie leaking from a machine. I know, don't say anything, I haven't got my BE number in to call it in, because I was trying to figure out what it was, see if it was on there. I don't want to call it a service call in unnecessarily if we can figure it out. But I had a great experience with Schaefer's. They sent out a good team out at OU. They, you know, they have some good people there. They're doing, you know, I'm not making any excuses. I know it could be some issues, but I think they're doing their best for what they have. And if you have Norm, who's one of the best, out there saying there's a problem, there's a problem.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
There's a rumor, so we'll see if it's a true rumor or not. I know.
I already told you it wasn't. Go on.
No, not that one. I'm not bringing that one up.
Oh, y'all better
I know
let me in on
that one's not true. No, this is about Schaefer themselves.
Okay.
That even though they're behind and shorthanded, that they've cut out overtime and told the people not to do overtime anymore.
Oh, that was an issue, yeah.
So I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, that's a problem. If they're already shorthanded and taking a longer time, if they're not willing to pay overtime to their employees, that's just gonna slow things down more.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Chris.
And that seems consistent with something I was told yesterday when I took in some coin mechanisms for repair. And that is that apparently Tiffany is no longer with Schaefer.
Oh, no.
That is true.
So,
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So, and I asked Terry Hubble, who would be assuming those responsibilities, and he said at this point, nobody, that they're basically dividing her responsibilities. So Tiffany has been our primary contact
Yes.
for kind of
Couple of years now.
following up on BE calls. She's the person I reach out to when I'm trying to find out, you know, about the, you know, the will call status of something I took in there for repair or something like that. So I think we do have kind of to hold their feet to the fire to be a valid service provider. And I'm wondering, you know, who they're going to appoint. Christy, has there been any suggestions who they're going to appoint to be our contact person?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
well, Sally, not yet, but they are working on it, and they did say that they're working on it, and that there would be coverage, but we'll find out.
What a
Again,
pain.
I think that the Wednesday calls that we are having are helpful, I really do. I think the communication's getting better, but like, I feel like, you know, take one step forward, two steps back
Yes.
sometimes, so.
Jeez.
Yep.
Back to that problem.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Communication may be getting better, but the service is not.
Yes. You know, I think that, yeah, that's just like with Jill, when they switched over from Jill, it took a little while for them to get it together. I mean, that's an issue, so there's, you know, we just randomly talking to whoever's answering the phone now, right?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Dean?
just a question, because we've talked about it before. Why can't we get the other companies like A&A Vending and that other one down there around Dayton, I think?
Area wide.
Say it again?
Area-wide.
Yeah, that's it. Why can't we get them involved?
So, we can talk about that when this contract's up, about opening it up to other people. We just need to make sure that the entire state is covered. The other thing is with Schaefer, if they can't do this, they can go outside of and subcontract it. They are going to upcharge us for that. But I hear what you're saying, Dean, and that's been talked about, but we've got to build it in when we do the contract. And remember, that contract is, it's conceded by DAS, and it's a big, huge thing.
Madam Chair? Go ahead, Frank and.
Okay, Frank.
What is the upcharge for that? Do you know what it is? You may not know off the top of your head, so if you don't, that's fine. I was just wondering.
25%.
There, go ahead, Nanette, and I'm next.
I was gonna say, so, let me get this straight. Schaefer says, we're shorthanded, Schaefer says we're not gonna possibly pay overtime anymore. We don't know if that's rumor or true. And Schaefer determines when it's gonna be a subcontractor. But for the benefit of it being a subcontractor, we gotta pay more money. That's where I'm getting,
That's what it sounds like.
that's not right.
Not good.
Now, I understand if it's a subcontractor on something that Schaefer doesn't do. Like we have, you know, the few counters we still have with grease traps and cash registers and some refrigeration and things like that Schaefer doesn't do. That's not their specialty. That's something we agreed to a long time ago, that those would be subcontracted out. Schaefer would handle it, and yes, we knew that would be charged more. If it is vending, because of Schaefer choosing to not employ enough people to take care of the job that they obligated themselves to do, they're gonna charge us more money for the privilege of getting it done in the time frame that they're supposed to have gotten it done themselves. That seems very wrong.
Yeah.
The way the contract was written, and I think it's room for improvement, like everything else. The other part of it is, which is frustrating, is that none of these other companies put in bids the last time. And so we kind of are at the mercy, but I think Schaefer does try to, they don't want to upcharge us, they want the money. I mean, they want to do the stuff, but I don't know about this overtime. I've not heard that at all. I don't know. You know, the other piece, you know, we'll find out.
I do have a question though, Christie. So Schaefer's thing is if they can't do it all, then they don't want any of it, or it's just that hasn't, because somebody suggested before that next time, when is Schaefer's contract up?
I want to say December 26th.
Yeah, I think it is December 26th.
Okay,
I think.
so.
We would be working on it like this time next year. We'd have to
Yeah.
start. We work with DAS, we put our requirements. Maybe what we do too is we can split out like the storage piece of it and make that as just a completely separate contract. Last time, we even did regions.
That's what I'm thinking.
I will tell you that my procurement office doesn't like the optics of just having one company. They don't, because
Yeah.
it's like, and we buy a lot of stuff from Schaefer. And we put them out as regions, and no one else, they don't want them. I don't know why. So maybe, again, we'll look and see like the different options that I can present to you guys, like here's option 1, 2, 3, and 4 on how we can put this out to bid. Again, once the bids come in with the state, it's generally low cost. That's what determines
Yes.
it.
So we don't always get the best, or the better, even if it's midway. But if you do regions, it'd be, you know, because I think I think that's what some of the operators are saying, wherein some companies don't want to go, you know, a certain distance. But I think it would be up to beneficial to Schaefer so they don't be stretched so thin or all over the place. You know what I mean? I would think it'd be their benefit. Don't you think that they can concentrate on? Yes, Frank. And I'm sorry, Chris, you were
Good.
You next.
The one thing that I will say was, many years ago, several years ago, going back to maybe the early 2000s, we did have the option in Cincinnati and the Dayton area of, you know, either using Schaefer for a service car, or using area-wide electronics. And up north, I think it was this, up in Akron, Canton, Cleveland, you know, it was, I believe it was the same way, A&A vending or Schaefer, depending on the issue. And it seemed to work okay. One thing I will say is when I talk about trying to add those providers that could maybe, you know, pinch hit for Schaefer so that they're not so that those providers aren't so overwhelmed and you think they would want the business, is that you know, we don't want to. What I'm saying is, we don't want to do away with the Schaefer contract. I think we still need the Schaefer contract.
Yes.
There is a need in this program for that contract, but we need other people out there so that we're not solely relying on one company.
Chris?
I just wanted to ask, and this is somewhat a question, somewhat a
2:44 p.m.
Encouragement to look earnestly at our part in the problem. But I know that sometimes the challenges of navigating the state billing and payment process has an impact on the willingness of service providers to work with us. For example, I've heard some of the supply, the vendors of our products, the distributors, say that they don't like waiting on a state check or waiting on payment from the state of Ohio. We know, I don't know what the gymnastics are on their end in terms of anything more they have to do beyond providing a normal invoice, because I don't know what authorizations and vouchers and so forth are required for an entity to get paid promptly from the state of Ohio. But I think that we need to make sure that we're doing all we can to help them navigate that process so that they're willing to do business with us.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dave?
I mean, it's relevant. I don't know how helpful it will be, but I mean, I have always had good experiences with Schaefer. Some of the problems that other operators have had, I'm always shocked by them because I have never had an issue with anybody at Schaefer, never. And there was a couple of, back when Tim Jones was there, I had a couple of machines that the service call was not completed correctly. But Tim got somebody out the very next day and he said it was just, they brought the wrong part. And he was telling me stories about how operators would call him and tell him they needed a service call, and he would say, what's wrong with the machine? And the operators would tell him, it's broke. And he said, I would ask them, what's wrong with it? And operators would, it doesn't work. And years ago, I ran service calls on computers, like on-site service. And unless people that need service are very specific about what their problems are, it is exceedingly hard to take all the parts you may need and the proper tools and things like that. I know that's what they do, but I'm just suggesting that they're probably doing the best they can, given they might have limited information, when going to some place that's 100 miles away.
Dean Hamilton.
Wrong door.
What's going on? You okay, Dean?
Sorry, forgot to give him something.
Oh,
I thought he was about to pass out.
Me too.
She just wanted to make sure he had documents he's supposed to walk out.
Okay.
He's not in any harm.
Well, one of the issues is Schaefer's can't keep everything on the, like a lot of the stuff that goes wrong, some of the stuff that goes wrong, they don't have it on hand. And that is an issue as well, and it causes some of the delay, and it's impossible for them to keep everything. But, and it's unfortunate, but that's some of the issue of causing our delay in us getting things and parts fixed or whatever, but,
Madam Chair?
yes, and
When we're done with Schaefer, I have one other thing real quick.
okay, let's see, because we only got a few minutes. Anybody else got anything on this topic? Then I'm gonna let Annette have the floor. Okay, Annette?
Okay, I just wanted an update on secondary highways, Elton Prison, and NASA.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Secondary
Christie.
highways, they sent me a thing, I think again today, where they're wanting me to tell them, are we letting that
Okay. This happens.
agreement expire? Is that the plan? Yeah?
That's what we voted for.
Okay, then we're letting it expire. Again, we're asking Mark to do pick away, and we're getting a machine for that and asking them to peel that away. So that's done. I don't have an update on NASA. Elkton, you guys went there, and I don't know what the end result was. Again, my understanding with Elkton is that Johnny Mac left, didn't he? That they want vending,
Yes.
to do the vending, it's Saturday and Sundays. So I don't know.
Twice a day.
Twice a day.
Madam, we want to do the vending. I think taking over the commissary, which I know Johnny Mac wanted to do, I think that's another piece. Vending we should do immediately. We can do that. And working with them, but I know there's some things, details that we need to find out because, you know, everything is, it's a prison, so it's specific, you gotta, to get in, to go in, everything has to be checked, you know, and all this, and then we can't use the card readers, we have to have those cards. So there's things that is doable, but I think the vending we can do, the commissary piece, that's gonna be hard. And I think we
Madam
need.
Chair?
Yes.
My only concern about the prison piece
Okay.
is, and I've heard anecdotally from other states too, and I've heard, I don't know if the source is it or not, but that background checks, that they differ between prisons. And I talked to Corey from Kentucky, and they've gone in there, and he'll, you know, he was part of that conversation or came and listened to it, and he told me, he's like, I know they think it's a moneymaker, but it's pain in our behind, but I just want to make sure too that when we set this up and we go in there, that we have someone that will pass their background check.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Chris?
I have a lot of experience going to prisons.
You want to take it?
And,
I know where it's at. It's on the border of
but,
Pennsylvania.
I know where it's at, and no, I don't want to take it. I want to speak though to, there are going to be variables that impact any applicant's eligibility that you need to be aware of. The first thing they want to know is, do you have a nexus, a personal relationship with anybody incarcerated in that facility? The next thing they want to know is, are you a victim of a crime that was committed by anybody who's incarcerated in that facility? And that's going to, of course, be different for different folks. And so any BE applicant is going to need to clear the screening process to be eligible to go into that facility. And just for the record, if you become aware that your cousin Vinny is in the prison, then you have a duty to report. You can't just sweep that under the rug, or you could lose the contract.
I think that we need to just make that clear for whoever, because we're temping that first, right? Or what are we doing? We're going to tempt that, and I think that's to be expected. When you go on a military base, you go into all these places. They have several, and DSCC. Oh my God! On top of their security clearance, they got Building 21. It's got its own DFAS, has its own little thing. So that's understandable.
Right.
I think the vending piece of it is probably the easier part. It doesn't tie in with the staff there. Like I said, the other part of it ties in with some kind of bonus, some kind of thing that they get with the commissary part. And I think it is going to be an issue with vending too. Just the part that serves the officers, their pricing. The guards, their pricing is totally different than what the pricing is for the prisoners. So, and it's kind of out of whack, but I think that, is to be, somewhat expected, and I think they're going to expect it to continue. So, anybody going in will know these things in advance. Johnny Mac got his own numbers. I wouldn't say you make some money just with the limitations of how often there's people there and this, that, and the other. Go ahead, Annette.
Madam Chair, I was saying, before we go in to tempt this, there's gonna be a BGA.
Okay.
Part of that BGA is going to be, I'm sure, their side of it, saying, this is what our requirements are. And, obviously we negotiate that.
Yes.
But I think we should know up front what the expectations are.
Yes.
So I think it'll go through. I think Sally had a point with this, but we really do need to start moving on the secondaries too.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because that seemed to me what your question was. And I don't know how we got sidetracked on Elkton, but
I asked all three.
Elkton's not a secondary.
Yeah.
But there's about 30 of them in there.
Yes.
Sally.
So
we really need to
I heard reference to Pickaway.
But Sally wanted to say something. Go ahead, Sally.
Oh, Madam Chair, I was just gonna say, I'm not sure how much negotiating there will be, because I think it'll be a permit versus
Correct, it will be.
a BGA.
That's
But
true.
are you able to share that? Will we help make sure we think of sharing that BGA or draft of it with everybody, so the committee and everything, so we make sure, And what was it, the secondaries? I'm
We-
sorry, Chris.
Madam Chair, we need to, I mean, Christie knows now, even though the committee voted on this probably a few meetings ago, she knows now that we're not gonna continue the Coke agreement. We are gonna take those over. But I think we need to start working on it because March will be here before we
Yeah.
know it. And we got equipment to order, we got evaluations to make on enclosures. There's a lot of work to be done between now and March.
And Christy, can you send those, I'm sorry, and can we send that back out? Because half of these places that was on there, I have not a clue. I know you said you worked on trying to help identify, you know, how the distance from there. Some places I've never even heard of, and I'm born and bred Ohioan, so.
Yes, I'll send that out. We
I know.
sent all that stuff out last year.
Yeah.
I know that there's still belief that there could be a physical facility out of one or two. I don't know. But the good news is too that, and I asked, so Coke is now subcontracting out some of their stuff, which is good because now I have the companies of that. So if we can get an operator in that area that might not want to service it, but they can subcontract it out, I think that that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That we could third party that out, either, you know, an individual operator.
Right. I remember looking at it, but I don't remember, I know just looking at it and saying, where is that at, you know?
And, you know, one of the things, like, and Amy and I went down and saw, the icon enclosures are horrible. They're just horrible. They're rusted.
Yeah, they look bad.
They need replaced.
They look
But
bad.
the other piece is, again, self-service. It's not a given at places. It's getting better, but it's not a given. And that affects sales big time. You know, Gallia County, I think they're not Verizon, they're something else, so that's good. And they are getting better, but that's a piece too.
Right.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I know we're kind of flip-flopping through these
You're
three. But it's almost been a year since I put in the FOIA request to get the contracts for Elkton. And I had checked periodically and I still didn't have anything. They said it would take a long time to do. Well, I just checked today since we brought it up. And it said that there was one responsive record, but I didn't receive anything, so I just contacted them, like, this is the information, how do I obtain that record? So maybe we can have that information
Next meeting.
to move forward.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good.
Madam Chair?
yes.
I suggest that each area get together, look at the secondaries in that area, and start figuring out as a local selection panel, what should be done with the ones around that vicinity. Whether we can make a facility, I'm still hopeful we can do something with, especially in southeast Ohio. Some of those larger volume ones, they're a little ways apart, but you string a few of them together, you might get something.
Yes.
You'll know. And then the ones in the other areas, maybe they're side attachments, maybe there are another facility, I don't know, but I think the time has come that we decide what to do. And definitely the time has come that we start looking at what's needed to take this over. The time has passed almost for that. We need to get moving on equipment and these enclosures now. If not, we're gonna have somebody out there in January trying to replace these enclosures and.
That won't work out.
That's not, that is, for someone who does a few outside machines right now, that's not fun. So,
What time do we have, guys?
it's
2:58.
All right, well, anybody got anything else? Christy, are we good?
We're good.
All right.
You guys want to talk about the rules?
We are.
Talk about Rule 3 now.
We are adjourned.
Also,